Sure, ICT, we may proceed, isn't it? Are you fine? That side, ICT, guys? Good. Thank you. Once more, good morning, colleagues and honorable members. Thou shalt switch off your phone and put it on silence. Mostly welcome and thank you very much for availing yourself to this meeting. And I assume all of us, we did receive the agenda. And if we would have loved to make any additional items, we would have indicated prior to this time. With that, I will like to go straight to the apologies.
Yes, good morning, Chair, members, department and entities. Apologies were received from the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the DG indicated that he will be running 30 minutes late due to flights. From the committee side, apologies were received from Mr. Sitole, who's sitting in the Tourism Committee this morning, as well as Mr. May.
Okay, thank you very much. Those apologies accepted, honorable members? Honorable member, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chairperson, and welcome back from your overseas trip. Chairperson, I would like to offer the apology of my colleague, Honorable Dami Mabena. He's been occupied with business locally and he would not be able to attend here today, so please accept his apology for this meeting.
Thank you very much, honorable member. I guess we equally accept his apology. Any other apologies that we might have omitted here? Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much, honorable members. We shall then proceed with our meeting. Allow me so that also I be seen being generous and good-hearted. Likewise, honorable member, you welcomed me back. Let me, for the purpose of also acknowledging the leadership of the entities and the department, we do have an honor, Miss, the acting chair, Me Nosizwe Nokwe Makamo. Oh, I need to be schooled. Oh, good. I know somebody was watching me on that. Makamo, you are welcome, ma'am, and congratulations for your appointment for 48 hours back as an acting chairperson. We wish you the best of the luck and enjoying the support of your collective. Thank you very much. We do also have the acting CEO at the time, but fast forward has just been recently appointed, Mr. Hasham Ameran. Do I pronounce it right also? Isha. Oh, Ishallah. Thank you. Okay, congratulations, sir, and we wish you the best of luck in terms of performance. There's no luck, you have to work for it, unfortunately, but we wish you all the best. We are encouraged, at least we do have a permanent CEO, a group CEO now, and I think we are moving towards the right direction. And thank you very much, and pass our appreciation to the minister. I know the new broom sweeps better than the old one, regardless whether it has been around for years. And with that, honorable members, let's just quickly, without wasting time, we want to assume that members would have received the presentations and they would have read the presentations. However, now I will hand over to PRASA to brief us on Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, to brief us on the corporate plan 2023-2026, as well as the follow-up of matters that would have been referred to SIU. And I hope also when they speak to that, they will also dealing with the blockages and what attempts that they would have done to encourage SIU to finalize those issues. May I then hand over to you, ma'am, as the leader of the delegation. Somewhere there's a gray button there. Yes, press it. Yes, there you are. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable members of the PCOT. Thank you very much for the time that's afforded to us. It is our great pleasure to be here, and we believe that it is always an important moment when PRASA can appear before the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Transport. As PRASA, we take these meetings very seriously because they are an opportunity for us to publicly account for our performance as a state-owned entity. The Board of Control Chairman is here with us, and at the opportune moment when the Chairman allows us, we shall be able to present the Board of Control. They are here. They are seized with ensuring very sound governance within PRASA and holding management to deliver on the strategic plans which are contained in the corporate plan which this committee would have seen and engaged with, and for which we need to come and account. Over the time that the board has served at PRASA, board members have joined the management team at various sites across the country to ensure that the plans to rebuild and recover the network align with the approved plans of government. These oversight visits, Chairman, have given us a sense of what has been accomplished and also allowed us to invigorate management to ensure the speedy delivery of all the commitments that were made by this organization to this committee, to various committees in Parliament, and also to government in the country. But, Chairman, even though all of that has happened, it leaves us in no doubt that much still needs to be done to fully restore the network to the level that we want to be able to deliver on our mandate to the people of South Africa. I'm proud, Chairman, that our newly installed Group CEO that you mentioned in your introduction and his team have raised the performance level, the performance bar, to achieve 59% of the target. This, Chairman, is an improvement of 40% compared to the preceding financial year. What is more, Chair, is that they were able to spend the CAPEX budget not only at 100%, but even more than 100%. One of the biggest challenges, Chairman, that you know, that of the challenges that have been faced by this organization prior in the previous years has been the execution of spending on our CAPEX budget. As the committee will know, the spending of CAPEX by PRASA has a direct link to the number of jobs and the level of jobs that our projects have created, and the direct economic impact of these projects on the supply network. The past financial year, Chairman, has finally given us a sense of what can be achieved when management actually seriously harness the resources, work together among themselves and with the communities that we serve to achieve the business plan. We are encouraged, Chairman, by what we have seen in the last year. We're also encouraged, Chair, by all the proposals that management has brought to us for the funding and the operational models that we seek in order to further implement all the key objectives of ensuring that PRASA is able to meet its mandate of moving people in the country. In this regard, Chairman, we've engaged with both the Treasury and the Department of Transport regarding the plans to fund even our long-distance bus business, Autopax, which the CEO will speak a little more in detail in his presentation. Chairman, there remains a symbiotic relationship between rail and bus transport, and we need to find those solutions to be able to have integrated transport solutions in the country. Chairman, maybe just to touch on a few positives that I mentioned earlier in my previous sentences, is that if the committee recalls, we had to recover the critical corridors, and we managed to recover the critical corridors. We've managed to rebuild the key stations, and we have also introduced the strategic lines. Chair, I think what is also very pleasing, and will also be pleasing to the committee, is that we managed to extend the rail safety permit by 29 months, and it is valid until August 2025. This, Chairman, you'll agree, is a breather in terms of allowing PRASA to operate safely and optimally. We've also had, Chairman, significant decline in our security breaches and in asset-related crime. We've also invested, Chair, in a considerable investment in capacity and skills, and we've also started to appoint the executives to address the high leadership instability that we had before. And Chair will have mentioned, we have now filled the Group CEO, we've filled also the Chief Human Capital, the Group Company Secretary, and also the Chief Audit Executive. So, Chair, I think maybe the cherry on the top is that this high rate of recovery that I mentioned resulted in the CAPEX spending exceeding our allocation by 8%. So, we spent 13.5 billion versus the 12.6 billion that had been allocated. So, as we look ahead, Chair, and talk to the committee about our 23-24 plans, the focus is on building on these past successes, which we have managed to demonstrate to management they are possible to attain. So plans are underway, Chair, to fix the re-signalling, and in this way we'll be able to run more trains and also to increase them during the peak hours. So we are very encouraged by this, Chair. One of the highlights is that there's been great progress in innovation in using the property assets as well to increase the agency's income. As the board, Chair, we will continue to set the strategic direction of the Passenger Rail Agency and ensure that the executive management team are provided with the checks and balances as they run PRASA. We are committed, Chair, to discipline, transparency, independence, accountability.
Take you through an update in terms of those SIU investigations, where there were colleagues that were have put through the disciplinary process in terms of that. Just by way of background, PRASA being a key state-owned entity responsible for transporting millions of passengers around the country, both from a commuter rail perspective, but also long-haul passenger rail, intercity bus services, and as well as our secondary mandate, as the chair of PRASA has indicated, around sweating our assets to generate revenue to support the business. In terms of the vision, very quickly, we are looking at being a recognized provider and manufacturer of safe and reliable public passenger services and products, and our mission is to provide safe, predictable, consistent, affordable, and quality commuter rail services, as well as the long-haul passenger rail and intercity bus services. In terms of delivering on this promise from PRASA's perspective, we are currently hard at work in terms of recovering and turning around PRASA. In the main, the corridor recovery program that we are dealing with, we are looking at accelerating.
Need a CO. What is the challenge? Is it this side or? I think the noise unbearable. Yes. Just check here. I'm sorry about that. What we are waiting for, I think it's this one, somewhere here. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. No. I think we shall proceed. We know that it's quite a lengthy slide, and we take it as read with the members. So if we can highlight the most important one that you think are important, then we'll take up from the questions if there are any omitted slides that you would be responding to. Thanks. Don't worry if it doesn't show the members, they do have the presentation. You may proceed. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm on slide 3 at the moment, delivering on PRASA's promise. And as indicated, we're busy with the corridor recovery. We are targeting that by the end of this financial year, we would have recovered in the order of 80% of the corridors that we operate on. Underpinned with this process is to ensure that we have the right security in place, a security strategy to protect these assets going forward, but also in terms of safe operations. Financial sustainability will be improved as we recover these corridors and we return the passenger numbers back to rail. Later on, I will unpack some of the financial requirements, support that is still required going forward. And then critically is the governance, ensuring there is sound governance, adhering to policy and having the checks and controls in place at PRASA. I want to share with the honourable members particularly in the last financial year, and we are building on that momentum. There's been a continuous improvement in terms of the delivery within PRASA. As the chair of the PRASA board has indicated, we have achieved a 59% of our performance targets, significantly up from the 19% in the previous financial year. And some of those key achievements relate to the recovery of the critical corridors. During last year, we recovered 13 corridors, taking us to 18 in total that we are now operating on. There were 5 in the previous year. A number of stations were recovered where we brought back basic functionality. And then the issuing of the railway safety permit, taking us through to August 2025. And this is quite important in terms of giving stability around operations at PRASA. Significantly, there was also a decline in terms of our security as well as safety incidents, those specifically related to crime as well as the train operations, significantly down from previous years. Some of it related to running fewer trains, we acknowledge that, but also in terms of the proportion that has come down significantly. Without going into too much detail, the issue of filling some of the key positions that the Chair has mentioned, the Group CEO, Chief Human Capital Officer, our Group Company Secretary, as well as the Chief Audit Executive. And then something that we are extremely proud of in terms of being able to execute our capital program. And this is the first time in PRASA's history that the capital budget has been executed 100%. We had a budget of 12.6 and we ended up spending 13.5 on our capital program. Very critical going forward, honourable members, is now to recover the signalling system that has also been impacted by the theft and vandalism, and this is to ensure that we can provide more safe operations as well as high frequency services, particularly in the peak period. In terms of the corridor recovery, this is a snapshot of where we are. If I can call it pre-COVID, pre-lockdown, we were operating in the order of 40 corridors or services around the country. As at the end of 2022-23, we were sitting at 18 corridors. There were the 14 that were recovered during 2022-23, and then we are targeting by the end of 2023-24 to be sitting with 32 corridors in terms of those that have been recovered, and making up approximately 80% of the corridors that we have recovered. Some of those remaining corridors, honourable members, the 8 that you see there, are not necessarily all PRASA corridors. A significant number of them are owned by Transnet, where PRASA also operates on, and we are in engagement with Transnet in terms of accelerating the recovery of some of those corridors. Over and above that 32 that you see there, by the end of 23-24, there's a further 2 PRASA-owned corridors that we will have to focus on in the 24-25, and then Transnet assisting with the balance. Commuter numbers, this is quite significant from the highs in 2014-2015, when we were transporting in excess of 500 million passengers per annum. As of last year, that number it was sitting at just under 15 million passengers per annum, and that is largely due to the fact that we are still busy with the recovery, bringing back the corridors, and on these corridors we're still running a limited service. Once we have rolled out the signalling and recovered all the corridors, those numbers should be returning quite significantly. What is positive from this diagram from the last financial year, you can see as we've recovered, particularly during the second half of the financial year, you can see a significant increase in the passenger numbers from August, September onwards through to March 2023. And that's as we started launching, as well as launching with the new trains, the EMU, the blue trains. That is the list of the corridors that we have recovered. 8 in the Western Cape, 6 in Gauteng, and 4 in KZN. We've indicated there the corridors that we have deployed the new EMUs, the blue trains. The blue circle indicates where we are running them. And then the corridors we are still running the yellow and grey trains, with the plan that we will be launching those corridors with blue trains in due course as well. So that's a snapshot of the corridors that is currently operational. There are some of the photographs that we have in terms of the launch, the trains that we are running, some of the construction that is happening, be it the rebuilding of our electrical infrastructure, the substations, the track itself, Perway, and our stations that we have recovered during the past financial year. Moving forward in terms of the performance plan as captured in the corporate plan 23 to 26, some of the key objectives that we will be addressing. Again, high on the agenda is the recovery of corridors. A minimum of 10 lines or sections will be recovered during this period. As we've indicated, we are working over and above that 10 lines. There are 16 corridors that PRASA is focused on in terms of bringing back by the end of the financial year. Also, with respect to the new trains, we want to deploy the new blue trains on these corridors. We want to ensure that at least 51 of the new train sets are operational on these corridors. And we want to see an increase in terms of the passenger numbers. By the end of 2023-24, we want to see those passenger numbers closer to 20 million, and that takes into account the corridor recovery that we are rolling out, and still the signalling projects that need to come online. By the end of the financial year, we want to have a fleet size, this is both the blue and the yellow trains, 215 train sets in total that are fully configured and ready for operation. With regards to safety and security, we've indicated there the targets that we want to ensure that we are below those numbers in terms of the occurrences, both from a safety as well as a security perspective. With regards to modernization, by the end of the financial year, we should be sitting with 206 of the new trains that would have been delivered. As of March 2023, we had 146 of the new trains. These are the trains that are being manufactured in Gauteng, in Nigel, Denotta. The factory has now ramped up their capability to be able to produce 60 trains within the year. That's their maximum output, and we're expecting to receive 60 trains within 2023-24, taking us to 206 new trains. The localization target is sitting at 67% based on the new trains in terms of the local content. We are focusing on 33 stations that will be modernized during this period. And over and above that, PRASA is also working on approximately 50 stations in terms of restoring basic functionality, as well as dealing with the look and feel at these stations. The issue of signaling, which I will touch on later, is we've got a number of projects that we are rolling out this year that will commence. Some of them will be multi-year, and they will be phased in terms of the delivery of some of these corridors within the financial year. As we speak, we are busy with our depot fencing and walling. 6 of our depots we are currently providing fencing, walling to protect the new trains. This is where they are being maintained as well as staged overnight, and those projects are well advanced, should be completed within this calendar year. The GEO program, general overhaul, that is where we are providing heavy maintenance to our existing yellow and grey trains. That process is ongoing as well. We have appointed contractors across the country, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, KZN, as well as the Western Cape, where these trains are being overhauled. And we are targeting to have 180 coaches GO'd by the end of the financial year. With regards to financial sustainability, leading on from last year, we were able to execute our capital program, our capital allocation. This year we have an allocation of 12.9 billion, and the team is fully focused, committed in terms of spending, executing that program in terms of the 12.9 billion. We're also targeting to employ in the region of 60 cooperatives within this financial year, particularly around our station programs. These will be cooperatives from the communities that we want to employ to assist with the maintenance and looking after of our various stations across the network. In terms of job creation, direct jobs through the corridor recovery program, we are targeting approximately 9,000 jobs for the financial year. This slide, honourable members, now indicates the corridors that we are focusing on for the new financial year 2023-24. There are 4 in the Western Cape, including the Central Line that we are busy with. We need to indicate that there are challenges with the Central Line regarding the informal settlements. Those issues need serious attention. There are other entities, stakeholders that need to assist PRASA with the relocation process of these informal settlements. We have already appointed contractors. We've got the teams on the ground ready to recover the infrastructure. We've also been working very closely with the communities, those impacted in terms of having interim measures to temporarily relocate those informal settlements on the railway lines or immediately adjacent to it so that construction work can continue. There's been cooperation from these affected settlements, communities, but critical to the success of this process is a long-term solution for the relocation of these settlements. And that's where the City of Cape Town, the HDA, human settlements need to assist in terms of providing those solutions, the long-term solutions regarding these resettlements. As I've indicated, we've got the contractors appointed, ready to move on site, both from an infrastructure, the perway, the stations, as well as the signalling. The Gauteng corridors, there are 7 that we have listed there. Honourable members, very soon we will be launching the Larala to Germiston, where already we are running the test trials on that corridor with the blue trains. We are looking to launch there very soon, and if available, the honourable members will be more than welcome to experience the service. In KZN, there's further corridors that we are launching there, and again, Very soon we want to launch the Durban Bridge City Kwamashu section in KZN, and the team is currently busy running with the yellow trains as part of the first phase of the commercial service. If we look at the mainline passenger services that we are dealing with, this is the long distance rail services. We are currently running two lines of operational, the Johannesburg to East London and Johannesburg to Musina, Polokwane. They are currently running in the high peak season. And I will touch on why we are running a limited service, some of the challenges we are dealing with. But we're also running some special trains during this period. Just recently we've run the Comrades train, and quite successfully. There was, I'm sure the honourable members may have picked up on the Comrades train that ran. Quite a bit of excitement with the athletes and their families going down to Pietermaritzburg and Durban. We certainly, going forward, also want to look at being able to run to the Johannesburg-Cape Town route as well as the Johannesburg-Durban. In addition to Comrades, we are also looking at the possibilities around running the train to the Jazz Festival, the Makufi Jazz Festival in Bloemfontein later this year. Now, some of the key challenges that we've got with the mainline passenger services around being able to run a more regular or reliable service is around the availability of diesel locomotives. And I'm stressing diesel locomotives because we are reliant on the Transnet network on running these long distance rail services. On some of these networks in the past, we were able to run electric locomotives. These networks have also been impacted by theft and vandalism. There's now a much greater reliance on diesel locomotives, and there's a shortage. Number one, the locomotives in the PRASA stable has very much reached the end of its lifespan, and the team, in terms of the maintenance that we are putting in, we still have challenges regarding reliability. We've also been engaging closely with Transnet, who also have their own limitations on the availability of diesel locomotives. We are in the process of still looking at getting a commercial agreement around those Afro locomotives, and we're in discussion with the liquidator around that process. As I've mentioned, the issue with Transnet, we are engaging with our colleagues at Transnet around where we see some of the challenges on the network, the bottlenecks that we have, and where they can assist us with those things. Going forward, in terms of more the medium to longer term solutions, it's looking at doing a detailed market analysis around that, obviously in line with the national rail policy, speaking to higher speed, long distance rail services in the future, but also the issues of technology around this space, be it hydro locomotives, hydrogen locomotives, be it the issue of diesel multiple units. These are things that we are looking at in terms of the medium to longer term solution. That is just a photograph of the train that we ran to the Comrades, and you can see the smiles on the athletes that we brought them there safely and fresh for the endurance race. That is before. They're still smiling. So, but we got them there safely, and I think they all had a great time in terms of being relaxed by the time they got there. This is just a snapshot looking at some of the key statistics around this corridor recovery program for the MTF period in terms of the number of new sets we're deploying during this period, the yellow and grey trains, our total fleet requirement, and giving an indication of the number of train trips we are planning to run within those financial years, the passenger trip numbers, and the revenue generated from those numbers. These numbers are still fairly low, honourable members, and it's largely due to the fact that it's bringing back the corridors, rolling out the signalling programs, but once we have got those high frequency services in place, these numbers should be increasing quite significantly. Here's a detailed breakdown of all of those corridors that we are working on in this financial year. In terms of when we are targeting to deliver these corridors, in what quarter within the year, the budget that we have allocated to each of these corridors, What we are doing at PRASA is a reallocation of this budget process. We have had discussions with the Department of Transport and Treasury around the flexibility of being able to reallocate from our capital budget from earmarked projects. And those are the earmarked projects is typically your rolling stock fleet renewal, your signaling, and your geo program, where earmarked funds are allocated to that. And then the rest of our infrastructure capital program sits under what is referred to as other capital. And there is in principle agreement around the flexibility of being able to move those funds from the earmarked to other capital. And this will take place later in this year through the required treasury processes. At a later stage, those earmarked funding would have to be replenished in terms of those programs that need to be completed. So for this financial year, there's a figure of approximately 1.4 billion. We are not requesting that as additional capital. That will be a reallocation between the two, the earmarked and the other funds. Snapshot of the station program for 2023-24 in terms of the regions. You can see the split, the number of stations, the 33 that we referred to. 31 of these have already been awarded. Construction is about to commence. So this program is well underway. And honourable members, as I've mentioned earlier, over and above this, there are also a further 50 stations where we're looking at dealing with basic functionality, look and feel of these stations. The depot modernizations, remaining with the modernization program, is a program that is significantly behind schedule. This program is delayed and behind by more than 8 years, due for various reasons in terms of SCM challenges, resulting in non-awards or having to re-tender. There's also what we have done in the interim to cater for the delay is undertake interim interventions at many of our depots here in Cape Town, in Pardon Island, in Braamfontein, in Gauteng, as well as Springfield in Durban. Wolmerton in Gauteng is the one that has undergone the most upgrade, where most of the new trains are currently being housed and maintained. But going forward, we've got a plan in terms of all of the depots that we are now rolling out. And then together with the depot modernization, as I've mentioned, is the walling and fencing program. And the graph on the bottom right just gives you an update in terms of how far the progress we have done with these depots. As I've indicated, they should be completed by the end of this calendar year, some within the next 2 months. And the ones that are running slightly behind, Braamfontein as well as Durban Depot, by September, October, they should be completed as well. The signalling modernization, those are the 6 key projects that was referred to in the performance plan. Some of them here in the Western Cape, we are ready to commence with the signalling on the central line. Once those informal settlement, those issues have been addressed. But various of the other programs, including the KZN signalling, our fiber optic network, the Gauteng rehabilitation of the network, including the electronic authorization system for signaling, and then the GSMR communication system that's also been awarded to be implemented this month. So there's been progress on some of the key national signaling programs as well as at a regional level. The point that we would like to highlight on this execution roadmap in terms of the corridor recovery is we have established the war room at PRASA that meets on a regular basis, weekly, where all of these programs are tracked, are monitored, to deal with any blockages, to deal with accelerating key interventions. And this has assisted significantly with the corridor recovery and the turnaround projects at PRASA. With regards to safety and security, with this program, with the investment that we are making, PRASA is ensuring that the security plan implementation is in place to ensure the assets are protected, both from physical boots on the ground as well as technology interventions. We've seen significant success on the corridors where we have deployed our security interventions, be it on Mabopane, be it on Central Line, to enable us to launch those phases of the Central Line that we have done, and across the country where significantly the incidents have been reduced in terms of theft and vandalism. We're also rolling out, in addition to walling, fencing our depots, on the corridors, particularly those high-risk areas, is to fence and wall those areas of the corridor, including our high-risk sites, our substations, the signal relay rooms, and so forth. And those projects are underway. The walling projects in Mabopane, that has already closed and is currently in evaluation. And we are due to advertise the Central Line walling packages within the month of June as well. With regards to the technology, it's around the deployment of drones, smart cameras that we are looking at on various of the corridors. Honourable members, with regards to the statement of financial performance, the detail is there. There is a shortfall, just in summary, in terms of the financials at PRASA. In the main, we have seen in the last year a doubling in terms of the security cost on PRASA side, and this coupled with the fact that we've indicated we're busy with the recovery process in terms of fare revenue, not being where it should be in terms of former years. Passenger numbers are still extremely low, and that puts a challenge in terms of the operating budgets within PRASA. The statement of the cash flows, and if there's need, we can go through the detailed numbers. I do have the acting group CFO present that can speak to these numbers in detail. But what I would like to highlight to the honourable members is around our capital budget allocation for the MTF period. I'm on slide 31, please. That indicates the MTF budget allocation, 12.6 this year, 13.5 billion next year, and then the 14 billion in 2025-26. And the breakdown there in terms, you will recall, honourable members, I mentioned the earmarked and the other capital. Earmarked there is your signalling, your metro rail refurbishment, that is the GEO program, as well as the rolling stock fleet renewal. And then we've got other capital where you've got your depot modernization, you've got all your corridor infrastructure projects will be, and station improvements will be coming out of that allocation. And that's where we've requested the flexibility to move some of these numbers around, particularly to address the corridor recovery program. Here is a further breakdown. If you look in the middle of that slide, the graph there, that was the previous financial year where we spent 13.6 billion rand out of the budget of 12.6, and going forward, you can see a breakdown of those budget allocations for the earmarked and other capital. Importantly, going forward is a significant investment around the signalling and telecoms, bringing those systems back into operation. Now, Honourable Chair and members, I've alluded to earlier that there is, during this period of the recovery and the rebuild at PRASA, there is a need for support from the fiscus to get PRASA through this period. This is now operational funding. I'm not referring here to the capital. This is due to the fact, as I mentioned, we've seen a significant increase in terms of the security cost, number one. But number two, and more importantly, with this recovery program and the passenger numbers not where it should be, as we recover the corridors, as we roll out the signalling, our other main source of revenue being fares, passenger fares, is not at the level where it should be. And this recovery program over the next 5 or so years is where this operational funding support is required. Most of it is required upfront in the next, in this financial year, following financial year, because that's where the greatest part of the recovery of the corridors is taking place. The team have done the detailed submissions through the department and treasury, breaking down this analysis in terms of the actual cost that we are referring to. But in essence, over this approximately 5 to 6 years, you're looking at between 5 and 7 billion rand of operational funding support, bridging finance support, if I can put it that way, to enable PRASA to fully recover in terms of being able to transport the high passenger volumes and to protect its assets going forward. So, Chair, we are moving towards the final section of the presentation around governance. Here we are moving towards ensuring that PRASA moves towards achieving a clean audit. We've had a number of years of receiving a disclaimer from the AGSA. The team has already developed the audit plan. We've got the audit task team guided by our chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, ensuring that we accelerate around turning this situation around. We are still hopeful that through this next process, we want to move from a disclaimer to a qualified opinion and moving towards a clean audit by 2024, 2025. That is the plan that we have put on the table, and the team is putting in the effort to achieve that. With regards to supply chain management, it's also about capacitating the department, having the right skills within supply chain management. It's been a huge bottleneck in terms of getting the capital program up and running. We have recently, to assist with capacitating PRASA in the supply chain as well as the technical space, recently appointed an EPCM, that's an engineering, procurement and construction service provider to augment the capacity within PRASA. And then, as the chair of the board has indicated in her opening remarks around ensuring the oversight, the governance in place around the proper policies and controls within PRASA. Very importantly, honourable members, is we are dealing with the issue of cleaning up our employee records, the digitization of these processes. There's been quite a discussion around, in the past, around Project Seveze, around the ghost workers at PRASA. The number of 3,000 is where we started at, honourable members will recall. And that 3,000 related to employees or staff that had not verified themselves at that point in time. There were a number, when we did the verification, that had not come forward. It was shortly also after the lockdown period, in terms of people still being on leave. Some may not have got the message. There were quite a few, I remember, on sick leave, maternity leave, and so forth. And that number, we have done a fair amount of work in terms of looking at the various exceptions within our employee records, drill down to the matter of even looking at the qualifications, verifying all of this information. We have now got to a point where this information is being handed over to the SIU to take this information forward, to also track the money, so to speak, in terms of where there may have been lapses. In addition to that, honourable members, we have, again, under also the guidance of the board, we've appointed detailed forensic companies to drill down into our various departments, your HCM, your finance, your ICT, to ensure we close those gaps, identify the weaknesses, and address them accordingly. We've got a very strong team now within the HCM space in terms of the new appointment that we have done to lead our HCM department, to ensure the issue around building a talented workforce and a motivated workforce to take the turnaround at PRASA successfully. This is, in conclusion, honourable members, around the SIU, the investigation and update that we are providing. Honourable members will recall there was a total of 33 cases that were identified for disciplinary processes. We have now completed 31 of those cases, and a breakdown there of each of those cases is there in terms of the outcome, where there has been dismissals, where we have issued final written warnings, or where employees were found not guilty. Of the 2 remaining cases, one has already been concluded in terms of the employee being found guilty. We are just now awaiting the sanction in terms of the guilty verdict so that we can close on that matter. And then the final case that still needs to be resolved, it is set down for the end of this month. The hearing will take place. We're then hopeful that we can then close on the entire list of the 33 in terms of the cases that were identified through the SIU investigation. Honourable Chair, that is my presentation. Thank you very much.
That's where it ends the story. Thank you so much, CEO and the chairperson. Honourable members, here is the presentation. Let's engage on it. What it's pleasing that you were able also to recap in terms of issues that would have been carried over, and also what are you intending to do that, although you're a little bit economical in terms of the actuals, but nevertheless, at least we are all aware that there is an intention, and equally the chairperson in a good self in terms of moving systematically towards moving away from a disclaimer, and all that. All of us would like to get the qualified, unqualified, what you call it, findings by the AG. I'm sure also you'll take us through in terms of what roadmap are you intending to employ in terms of mitigating to ensure that we achieve the final destination. Honourable members, everybody shall speak. I'll start at my far left, Honourable McD. If I may, Honourable, all of us who are going to speak, please do so. For the benefit of, I'm new, I know, but I'm told also they are, I'm not too sure you have been acting, also you know them. It's only me that is new. Okay. I was going to ask them to introduce themselves. Honourable McD, before you do that, allow us just to recognize the MEMCB, the chairperson of RAF. Our apology that we omitted you. Where is she? Oh, right at the end. Okay. We are most welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much. And also Mr. Collins, the CEO, not yet, it's on his way. And I'm sure moving forward, I didn't want to be rude earlier on. We can't be transport and then we don't keep time in the meetings. Moving forward, if the actual accounting officer in the form of the chairperson and the CEO is not here, thou shalt go back home. Because we must lead by example. We are a transport family, so we know the timetable. Also, we're catching with time, and I will highly appreciate that. Equally goes to everybody. Members, the department as well, because we can't oversight in your absentia. Other than that, Honourable Makdi, I thought I just need to make that point.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to all the officials and board members of PRASA, the CEO of PRASA. We've had many discussions. He knows I phone him often. Chairperson, let me first say thank you for the presentation. It assists us a lot with our questioning. But let me jump into the heart of the matter here, and please forgive me in advance because this is there's a lot of issues. We need to iron some of them out today, and I think if we can iron them out, we'll have a proper rail system going forward.
While I excuse you, as you respond, you must note that there will be a detailed question that needs a response. If you don't have it, you shall be expected to submit it in writing. It goes equal to all of us who are going to make presentations. It does help, but of course, we might be asking questions that are not necessary in the presentation, but but because we've got an interest on those issues, we will raise them. So that will be my appeal. Then, Honorable Makdi, feel free, you can have your shopping list.
I have it, I
we'll
have it
manage
here.
them.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, I have a couple of notes that I've made, and what stands out to me in the presentation is the lack of spending on maintenance. You know, Chairperson, we have lots of assets in this country, and if we don't look after those assets, they have to be replaced. And replacing something takes way longer than fixing something. And ESCOM has proven to us that if you don't maintain, the wheels come off. And this is, we need to be wary of this, because the expenditure budget in your budget here for going forward, the allocation for maintenance is literally the same as your energy expenditure. So it can't be right. We can't be spending less money on maintenance than we're spending, or just about the same on maintenance than we're spending on your ESCOM account. It can't be right. Or diesel account, because I think diesel and the energy and the steam. Then mainline services, and the CEO knows that this is my thing. I used to travel on the trains a lot when I was a child, and I loved trains. And there's actually associations all over the world that travels to different countries just to ride on trains. I mean, to name an example, there's a train between Moscow and Vladivostok. It's one of the longest train rides in the world. It takes about 18 days on the train, goes through Siberia, and it's one of the most wonderful trains. I've been on it. So I know the feeling it is living in this hotel for a couple of days. It's like going on a cruise ship. So every day there's a freight train leaving Johannesburg and a freight train leaving Cape Town, but there's no passenger trains on that same railway line that there's freight trains on. So something is broken. This morning, I thought, before I come here, I drove out of Acacia Park. I went to Acacia Station, and I went up the further station, just another station, I can't remember the name, just further up towards N1. Yeah. There's no security. People are carrying away stuff still today. As I speak, I was driving there and people were breaking down the bricks. I was hooting at them, and I mean, really. Then the other day we went to the R, and the R station, the passenger side's completely closed. There's many PRASA employees sitting there doing nothing. They've been doing nothing for a couple of years. How can we pay people for doing nothing? And I mean, it's not really their fault, but I understand. We can't continue paying. Have you seen your budget versus the expenditure on salaries versus expenditure on capital? You can't run a business like this. And PRASA must be a business. PRASA must make money. There was a part of when PRASA electricity was cut a couple of times due to non-payment to ESCOM, and there was a period where there was in one of the presentations a couple of years ago a payment plan towards ESCOM. I don't see that anymore in here. Has that issue been solved, or is there still outstanding debt with ESCOM, and can we be taken into confidence with that? Then government subsidy. Why is there a reduction in government subsidy between 2022-23 to 24-25 or 23-24 from 9.1 billion to 7.8 billion? Is there a reason for that? Then on your expenditure, I want some clarity on acquisition of PPE. It goes from 17 million to 45 million in the outer years, and then 46 million. Can I have an explanation why there's such a huge jump in the PPE. Also, going back at the budget, on the refurbishment of the mainline passenger services, there's only 0.19 billion, then 0.199 billion, and then 0.208 billion. It's very strange. You don't plan a budget only 900,000 increase every year. That's not good bookkeeping. Then who maintains your social media page? Because I just went to the social media page of PRASA, and you know what's interesting? Your train that went to the Comrades, every single comment there is asking when is the trains running to Cape Town and Durban again. And if a train can run on a special occasion from Johannesburg to Durban or to Johannesburg to Pietermaritzburg, why can't the train run every day? I mean, you've done it. It went there. It went back. Why can't it run every day? What is the problem? You've got staff. The staff is there. They get paid. Why can't they work? Chairperson, I think I'm going to let go there, Chairperson, before I need another blood pressure tablet. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, I'll give you water, Honourable Member, on a lighter note. Honourable Hansinger, over to you, sir. No, but I'm chairing.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation. You are currently executing the 6th turnaround plan that I've seen in 9 years. Recovery certainly is never easy, but in absorbing the challenges, because I've seen many of those in the worst state in oversight, and also acknowledging, what we currently have ongoing in terms of recovery, what I see happening. I want to absolutely recognize the efforts of you and your team. I want to thank PRASA staff and officials for your work and your commitment to fix rail. I appreciate the content which was presented, the particular focus on current status, the focus on targets, and the focus on the indicators that you measure with. Something I've seldom seen in whatever happened after the previous 5 turnaround plans. Thank you for the report in particular. I'm really encouraged from the content and also what I observe during oversight. With regards to the informal settlements and the very sort of light reference to a variety of disappointments in the process, a very firm court order with a firm instruction and deadlines, the attempts to then resolve it, and the more recent references to the role of different spheres of government in this process, particularly the City of Cape Town. Can we get a frank answer on the issues for not being able to resolve this now? It's been dragging, and I really need clarity on what needs to happen and why it didn't happen. What was not the process and the handling of the matter. What can solve this? Millions of commuters are stranded because of this deadlock where people are occupying rail. So we know what the problem is. We now want to focus on the solution. What are the issues around it? What is hampering in the role and the meeting of this necessary liaison, necessary interaction to solve this, particularly around the city of Cape Town. On your slide 20, there was reference around the corridor recovery budget, but then a particular item that was of interest to me, the re-signalling, which was a bit unspecified. Could you just expand a bit on that one? It is your slide 20. On your slide 33, where it was about fair revenue and the sort of projected income from, I think, 2023 to 2030, if I recall correctly. And it was a rather ambitious, progressive target setting, which I can fully appreciate. But we've had these before. So what are the particular new ideas that you might have in really attaining those, so that it might not just be ambitiously projected, but that it would really be achievable? What are the new ideas around a fair, a constant increase in revenue streams? The first thing would be to increase passenger numbers and get the love back for rail, and to really get people on trains. So I take this as a secondary one, and it's a bit future looking, so I would love to just hear your ideas on that, given that I'm so encouraged. On slide 35, where you cleared some of the issues around the ghost workers. Also appreciating the breakdown of the measures that you undertook in an attempt to resolve it, and I'm really encouraged to see some elements of consequence management within that. So what's the bottom line number of actual real ghosts, if we can have, like, assumed ghosts and real ghosts? So what's the bottom line number, given that you went through a detailed verification process? What's the bottom line number? And please, for those of us that has deteriorating eyesight, could you just make the numbers on the slide slightly bigger, please? It just makes it easier for engagement, given the bulk of slides that you presented. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so. I just pressed the button. I didn't do anything. Thank you very much, Honorable Hansinga. Honorable Kumalo, over to you, ma'am.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Ngiyabingelela kuma presenters, ngiyabingelela kuma colleagues. Ngiyabingelela nakuwe Mhlali ngaphambili. Sihlalo usho kahle ke wathi mawuqala wathi umshanyelo omuhle omusha oshanyela kahle. Esicabanga sengathi mhlawumbe umsebenzi esiwulalelayo wenziwa yikho lokho. Let me welcome the presentation, Chair, which most of it is the content of e-recovery. And that makes us, rather than focusing on a lot of questions, but to be more than willing as to seeing the implementation. On that note, Chairperson, my questions will be very few, because some of the things that one could raise questions, it's also painting picture that how and when it will be done. The first one, Chairperson, will be the 6 depots where fencing and walling project will be implemented. Just to have an idea as to where are those depots. Secondly, the agency has a responsibility of ensuring that it takes care of all areas where it has a job to be done in South Africa. The 60 cooperatives that are to be employed, where will be be those cooperatives employed, and the criteria that has been followed where they are or will be existed to do the job in the arrangement as it has been presented. I said earlier on, Chairperson, that at least we have been painted a picture of that 80% that has been said the rail lines will be by 2023-24 be restored, which is really appreciated. 33 stations that will be modernized. Which are those stations and where? You'll bear with me if maybe you made mention of and I did not capture you. Lastly, on the cases that we have given the breakdown, I've seen 2 resignations. For interest's sake, were just simple and clean resignations, or were there cases attached on it? Just to have, well, it happens sometimes that a person can just resign, and once a person has resigned, there's not a lot that you can do if the person has already left the company. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbalo. Honorable Tito, over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone who is present today, my colleagues. Chair, most of the questions, my members, the honorable members have raised them, but I will also have but I also have a few questions that I want to ask. Like our chairperson has indicated that on a weekly basis they have a war room where they are giving their progress on what is happening and everything. So, which day of the week are you guys meeting? And then after the aftermath, what is it that maybe you are implementing, saying maybe there is a problem there, and then you are going to tackle it, and then how many days are going to take for you guys to tackle that problem that you have identified? And also, Chair, on the issue of the jobs, like Honorable Kumalo has indicated, they are saying that they are going to provide 8,999 direct jobs. Can they give us information on those ones, a detailed one on how which criteria are they going to use? Because of right now, in this current year, we are having a very, very difficulty where people are looking for direct jobs and everything. So can you indicate to us on where are you going to give those jobs and everything? And on the issue of the relocation of the Cape Town people that are living there at the railway lines, can you also indicate, like Honorable Singer was saying, that can you give us an indication what is exactly happening? Don't go around corners. Tell us the exact thing that this is happening, 1, 2, 3, and then are you going ahead? Is there a proper plan? Are we winning or are we losing? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tito. Honorable Ramadwa.
Ndolibua mulise chimbiza mushumo macheloni vhathu vhoṱhe ndi macheloni. Honorable Chairperson, you know, it's nice to speak last because most of the things my colleagues have raised, but nevertheless I want to join those who are welcoming and appreciating the comprehensive and encouraging presentation by the chairperson of the board and the group CEO. I'm saying this because in their presentation, they spoke of recovering corridors, and they were able to indicate which ones they have been recovered and which ones are they going to recover. So this means or indicate that they are walking the talk. It's not only talking, but they are also implementing what they have planned. That is why I'm saying I'm joining those who are commending the entity. Honorable Chairperson, on the issue of mainline services, they also spoke about autopacks. I want to check or if they can update us, because in 2021, autopacks were put under business rescue, if I'm not mistaken. So can they update us on that? Because nothing was said about it. And then on the issue of relocation of people who are next to the main line, is there budget for that? And the place where they are taken to. But my colleague, Honorable Singer, has wrapped it nicely and indicate that you must tell us everything concerning that. And then on the issue of recovering of corridors, the presentation indicate Gauteng, KZN, Western Cape. And now, I know that it's where PRASA is responsible. And now, the commuters don't know that they can't separate Transnet and PRASA. So, people from Limpopo, Northern Cape, they will indicate why is it not happening to us. So that's where it is important that we must have stakeholder engagement. We must strengthen it so that people understand what is happening. I'm raising this because we were doing, as this portfolio committee, public hearings. And when we were there, the people who were there were no longer speaking about the bill. They were talking about the issues that they were not happy about. But they didn't mention issues at PRASA. They were mentioning issues at Transnet. You see? So now that is why we are saying it's important to strengthen stakeholders' engagement so that people understand what is happening. And I also want to check our observation in that. What is the PRASA doing on that issue? Because we have observed that there are other provinces that are not, PRASA is not operating. And then what are you doing? Are you engaging public enterprise, or what is it that is happening? I think you'll also tell us what are you doing. Chairperson, that's my submission. I will pause. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ramadwa. Honorable Bilankulu, I assume that you would have read the presentation, notwithstanding that you went to another committee to deal with other matters. I'm giving you the opportunity now, if you want to engage on the presentation.
No, I think I'm covered by my no, I think, Chairperson, I've been covered by my colleagues here.
From my side, board chair and the CEO and your team, just a couple of them, and of course I must declare that I share the same sentiment, notwithstanding that I was not here I'm here for the sixth turnaround in my few months here in this committee, but that one, it goes a long way in terms of the institution that you can't keep on turning around without positive results, because institutions in terms of the workforce, it's here to stay, inverted commas, I'm using that, regardless of the EAs at the time. One chair, I'm chairing, by the way, to myself. When you respond to the issue of the low appetite of the city of Cape Town in terms of resolving that, please also take us to your confidence. Whether are there any engagement at the level of the premier and the minister, which of course naturally then the mayor also will be part of that, so that we can deal with that, and also the multidisciplinary responding departments such as the human settlement as well, and the role on that. If it's not happening, then it to be taken good to take home. I'm sure the department is here will take it and also engage with the minister. The other one is that I'm happy, I'm comfortable that, notwithstanding what Honorable McD have raised, is that you are also linking tourism in the space, which means moving forward we will have also some engagement with the tourism, whether it's a portfolio or role players, let me use that word, role players, so that there are more of this, looking for a better word, reacting, Lukuzan, what you call it, trips, because it's based on the program of tourism, in some instances with sports and culture and all that. It's very welcoming. However, if you don't give us a sense, as South Africans, a sense of comfort in terms of safety and security in our trains, then it becomes also the appetite gets challenged on that. Third point, if you may, you spoke about the 3,000 inverted commas alleged ghost personnel, and you were at pain to explain and justify that 3,000. I can hear from your voice. I would have loved if you would have indicated to us that for them to come forward, you would have frozen their salary, because that's the best thing. The one that they are at work, they are not, you can't contact them and all that, but in terms of the salary contact them. And that's the best way if you want to clean the system. I know, because I served in the portfolio committee of public administration, and the last time we had an issue, and we were encouraged, but nevertheless, I think you must clean it. And when you come back, it shouldn't be an issue that is a pending issue or work on progress. I'm not watering down your reasons, but they don't hold water where I'm seated. The fourth point that I would like to raise is that to take home, Madam Chairperson, is the issue of balancing. There are 9 provinces. You are a national entity, so thou shalt balance the priorities as well. In terms of the SIU cases, you spoke very well on that. It's very encouraging, but moving forward, not now, because we have to submit it in writing. How much money have you been able to recoup? It's not enough to say some others they've left. I know with Treasury, there is an act that was amended, I think, as if it's not 5 years back or 6 years back, that says that how do you then, with all the law enforcement agencies, you follow the money regardless of the person that have left the organization or the institution. So it can't just that we are going to fold our hands. Because that one, it will help us also to stop the recycling. They take a gap year and then you find them somewhere. I call it the recycling of the warm bodies. The last point for me to take home, Chairperson, is if I mean the Chairperson, I mean the Chairperson of PRASA, is that you must also, as the board, we ensure that you've got a very active and alive and present board, especially the audit committee. Because at the end of the day, when the AG comes, it's water under the bridge, you can't do anything. that speaks on what Honorable Tito also raised in terms of the follow-up. You can meet weekly, but you can do much in terms of mitigating that on a daily basis. So if your audit committee on your quarterly basis in terms of its sitting, then zoom in on those issues, it could help, because they would also give us a sense of comfort that there is value for money, because it's not enough to spend, but also there must be value for money. I would suggest that we cut away from throwing money to the problem in terms of fixing the problem. In South Africa, it's generic that we've got lesser money, no budget and all that. And if you look at the actual line items, you can see there's wastage. And also there's a way we do things. I've just been in Washington, which I've learned. I was sharing with my colleagues here. We met the parliament there. Guess what? There was no water. Guess what? There was no tea. There was nothing. And I'm saying, naturally, South Africans, which other countries exploited, were a good giving individual. Because in African way, you can't just come to my house, not even drink water. However, I'm speaking now in terms of this, that there are those things that we can live without in terms of the technology and all that. I thought I just wanted, although I'm making an extreme example, but I'm stressing my point that sometimes we throw money in a problem instead of dealing, and also the issues of management, so that we can achieve that unqualified audit report, as it were. Over to you, ma'am. Then the rest of technical issues, then the board, the CEO will deal with that. I know there's a team, but I don't encourage this javelin where somebody speaks to hand over the question to be responded by somebody else, because you would have said it up front that you'll share the responses as you were presenting. Nevertheless, let's deal the way you are comfortable to respond to our questions. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you, honorable members, for the questions, but maybe above all, let me thank you for expressing appreciation of the presentation, and I think also the appreciation of the work that is going on right now, which I think it's always very encouraging as human beings when we feel that the efforts that go beyond 9 to 5 are actually bearing fruit and somebody else is seeing them. So I think the team and my board are extremely encouraged by the feedback that we're receiving from the committee. We're also very happy to receive the deep questions so that we can also be able to, sometimes you've got a blind spot. So when you come and report to other people and they're able to dig into some of your blind spots, I think that's what is called continuous business improvement. And I think we as a board, we welcome all those comments. So I think, Chair, if you will allow me, I would like the CEO to deal with most of the matters which were asked, the questions around, obviously, the investigations, the SIU matter, also, I think about the maintenance issues, and I think there was a question about what is this issue, the payment plan to ESCOM, all the financial issues, if you don't mind, Chair. I'll ask CFO to cover them because he'll be very brisk in terms of that. I know you said we shouldn't have too many people, but I thought it would be very important, given our situation of having a disclaimer and all the work that has been done in terms of moving us towards eventually our clean audit, that it would be remiss of me, Chair, if I don't allow the audit committee chairman to deal with those issues and give the committee comfort. And maybe we'll start with that, and she'll give the committee comfort in terms of all the work that's being done under the guidance of the audit committee, if you allow that, Chair. And then after that, they will fill in with the other questions. Is that fine?
I've given you a blank check, and
Thank you.
also we should have allowed also the CFO in terms of the financials, but nevertheless, as we progress with limited time
Yes.
that we have, next time moving forward, I did raise that, but I think it has been a slap that we need to also to allocate time per presentation so that we manage time. Hence, earlier on, I raised the issue that some of our questions might be also be responded in writing if need arises. Okay, it is on a note, so I've exceeded our time here. I'm a bad chairperson. But nevertheless, over to
Our audit chair,
Audit
Ndidi
Chair.
Mpie.
Oh, ma'am, over to you. Malibongwe. We are very encouraged on a serious note, but we'll see when we achieve the unqualified audit report, but it's very encouraging. Generational mix, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll also say in the Machironi, in my language. It's on.
The mic maybe in front.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. When we started in this board, Chair, we were marred by disclaimers as it has been articulated by the chairperson of the acting chairperson of the board. Over the years, we managed. Let me start even from the subsidiaries of PRASA. Subsidiaries of PRASA had a qualified disclaimer as well. And then we managed to achieve a qualified audit opinion for Autopex. The only issue that is there, it was the issue of the going concern previously that created the disclaimer. And then the second issue, it was in terms of the valuation of the assets of Autopex. So when we placed the company into business rescue, so we managed to engage the services of a business rescue practitioner to actually give us a valuation of the buses. And that actually cleared the disclaimer in terms of the assets. Then we managed to actually provide a letter of support from the shareholder. In this case, the shareholder would have been PRASA for Autopex. And the board approved a letter of support together with the subordination of their loans in favor of the creditors. And that actually gave comfort to the auditors to actually move the disclaimer for Autopex to be a qualified audit opinion. We're currently hoping that in the current financial year, we will get an audit opinion which is an unqualified, because those matters that were raised in the past were dealt with. But I think the thorn is actually to the commitment of the shareholder in actually replacing the buses for Autopex. Because currently Autopex is operating on 75 buses. The lifespan of those buses is going to be about 2 to 3 years from now. So if we do not replace, then it means we continuously have a situation where the revenue of Autopex will continue to decline, and high rising operating expenses, thus bringing back the issue of going concern. So it's very critical that such funding of replacing the buses, which is about 740 million, be provided by the shareholder, be it PRASA, be it ultimately National Treasury, in order to fund those. So that is number one. Then the second one, which is Intersite, obtained an unqualified audit opinion, and we continue to hope that it's going to be like that even now when they start auditing for the current year. In terms of PRASA, we have a disclaimer, as you are aware, for over the years, and we had 9 material irregularities that we inherited when we came in over the years, due to procurement issues, due to commitment issues, due to assets issues as well. Through the effort of this board, we managed to deal with the issues of, there was also a conditional grants that we get in terms of the accounting thereof. So through the commitments of this board and also the management, we managed to reduce the material irregularities from 9 to 4. And we continue to make sure that we work hard in order to eliminate all of them. And then in terms of the plan, with moving from a disclaimer It will be around a 2-year plan, Chair, to move it from a disclaimer to a qualified audit opinion. The one thing that was a major detriment on the asset side was the fact that PRASA had never done assets verification for the past 10 years. So it only started when this, I think in 2021, when this board assumed the position, we managed to deal with the verification side. We managed to deal with some aspects of completeness of the fixed asset register. The one thing that had been remaining in that aspect was the reassessment of the useful lives, and then also the conditional assessment, which in the current financial year we engaged the services of Siemens to be able to, because it's a technical aspect, to be able to deal with those concerns. And that is one of the major things that will move this entity into a qualified audit opinion. The other thing that the auditors raised was the issue of the commitment list of PRASA, the contract list, contract register basically, so that they can see how long the contracts that we have are going to last for, and whether the commitments, just besides the commitment of Givela, the other commitments in the projects that we run, whether they are complete or not. And that's something that even when the CFO respond, he will update the committee in terms of the efforts that has been made with regards to that. The other issue, which is a thorny issue, is the SEM processes, of which currently the team has engaged the EPCM, Engineering Procurement Contract Management Services, to be able to unblock the blockages within SEM. As you are aware that there was lack of spending, contracts being cancelled and all that. So the team in the current financial year, they've engaged the services of that. And one other aspect of unblocking that is the engagement of DBSA in order to fast track, like the modernization program that the group CEO talked about, that is late for the past 8 years. So those were the major issues or material irregularities that created a disclaimer, which the team is resolving. There's an audit action plan that shows the movement between a disclaimer, qualified audit opinion, and eventually unqualified. I thought I should just talk to those, Chairperson. Thank you.
I thought I'll hand it over to you so that you can identify the next person, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you to the Chair of ARC. Just to summarize the issues as had been, the question was asked. And I'll hand over now to the CEO who deal with the operational questions, material questions, and a little bit from the CFO, just to round off on the financial issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe starting with the MLPS questions that came from Honourable MacDonald, also was raised by the Honourable members as well. Just on MLPS, and I think we fully appreciate the need and the urgency around, be it Cape Town and Durban and so forth. The major challenge we've got at the moment, Honourable MacDonald, is around the availability of locomotives to be able to run these services. You are correct, there are trains running between Cape Town and Joburg. Even the Rovers Rail is running. I've seen the train there. We need to address the issue of our locomotives. I want to touch on the point that you've made, and it's very important, that we need to run this as a business. MLPS is a business, and it's one of the critical things we're going to have to address going forward. Over and above the issue of availability of locomotives, the infrastructure condition, the sustainability of MLPS is going to become a critical discussion. We are starting to have those discussions with Transnet. As an example, the services that we run and the charges that come at running long distance rail is exorbitant. When we looked at the access we are paying, the haulage we are paying towards Transnet. As an example, this Comrades was a very successful train, but the cost attached to it outweighs the revenue in terms of ticket sales. I want to give you an example, honourable members. Quarter 3 of last year, where we ran MLPS. We've taken this decision now only to run high peak because of financial sustainability and the issue of availability of locomotives. But just to give you a feel, Q3, when we ran those services, honorable members, the cost to run MLPS was in the order of 350 million. And in the main, it's about haulage, access to the network, which is Transnet network, leasing of locomotives that we had to deal with, 350 million. The revenue over that same period, Honorable Chair, was under 2 million. So there's going to be a very strategic discussion that needs to happen around long distance rail and the business model for running it between PRASA and Transnet. We cannot continue with that business model, the charges for access to a network which is our national network. So I'm raising it because there are these strategic things that require urgent discussion. Obviously the issues around how we recapitalize and modernize MLPS. But I wanted to raise that, Honourable McDonald and Honourable Members, because it's a strategic one that we're going to have to get into and unpack. The issue around what you are raising around some of the security, I've noted it. I'm going to follow up on that. There was even photographs you had sent previously, I think on that specific station as well. So I'm going to follow up because we had reports on it about it being addressed. I will look into it again. I can't give you the response exactly on that one. We are keenly aware of the notion that when we are not running services, there are staff that are sitting and the phrase, what are you doing? You say they're doing nothing. We've just started the road shows as management now. I just come from Port Elizabeth, Kabeja, in terms of dealing with the staff there. And we are raising these issues very sharply. Around, as we recover, it is not a case of sitting doing nothing. It is what do we do in preparation for this recovery as well, getting these facilities ready and so forth. But it is a strategic discussion. And in fact, the question you asked is exactly what we raised. These are the things that need to be addressed as a perception that is out there at the moment. If I can just also group the other things that the members, there were quite a few members that raised around the issue of the resettlement. We'll come back to your finances, by the way, Honourable McDonald. The issue around the resettlement. And again, I know the members were looking to get into that detail. It's going to require a bit more time. But as a summary, PRASA is ready to move into this corridor to recover the central line. We have appointed contractors to do the infrastructure, to do the station upgrades, to bring back central line. The issue of the relocation, which is being asked by the honourable members. What we have done as PRASA also, just to indicate that we want to move this project forward, we've identified those, for lack of a better word, those shacks that are on the railway line, that is right next to the railway line. We've agreed with those affected communities to move them as a temporary measure. We are moving them towards Stock Road Station. We've identified a site. It's still within the rail reserve. That is a temporary measure to allow us to bring our contractors into Central Line. Now, coming back, Honourable Hansinger, about, and Honourable Chair, you make the reference, I make reference to the City of Cape Town, HDA, human settlements. What are the issues there? We have got a temporary thing that we put on the table to move these people, which they have agreed to, on condition that there is a long-term solution in place. Honourable Tito, you asked the question as well, that there's a long-term solution in place dealing with these illegal settlements. They don't want to just be moved temporarily. They want to know where are we going to go eventually. That is where the challenge is. Now, coming back to why it has not happened, it's around the issue of funding. And again, the colleagues from the department can also come in and other members if they want to add. There's the issue of funding, and you would have picked up funding was made available from human settlement to the City of Cape Town around this relocation process. Monies were meant to be spent before the end of the city's financial year. I think it was 111 million. I'm speaking off the top of my head, but that was roughly the figure. and it was to deal with this relocation process, and also the identification and servicing of the land where these settlements need to be moved to. What we have moved is only those immediately on the railway line. It's about 900 shacks that we have moved. But we are talking about a number closer to 4,000 that needs to be permanently relocated, if I can put it that way. So the issue of the funding between Human Settlements, the City of Cape Town, Minister Kubai, I think, was indicated that if you're not going to use the money, I think let's also return the money. There were those discussions. I'm not going to go into the detail, but there's the funding that is there. The land needs to be serviced to move these settlements, Honorable Hansinger, to that location. At the moment, PRASA is being hamstrung to fully commit to the construction within the central line, because there's this hesitancy of moving those final settlers to Stock Road until they've got the final solution in place. Now, honourable members, there is, and it goes back to your question, Chair, about what is, and the department can also speak to that, around what discussions are happening at the principal level. And there was an implementation protocol signed around dealing with the relocation, with the various ministries, departments, levels of government that's involved in this process. At that level, there's the meeting, the political level meetings chaired by the ministers, DDG, the ministers at Human Settlements as well as Transport. We've got the steering committee chaired by the DG of Transport and Human Settlements, and then there's the working groups that is there. We are now looking at and having an urgent meeting again on this matter. But at these levels, we've got the various departments, ministries, at the principal level that is engaging on this. From a PRASA perspective, we are saying we need a resolution on the relocation for us to be able to bring back Central Line successfully. We all know, as you've indicated, Honourable Hansinger, Cape Town alone, that Central Line makes up more than 40% of the passenger numbers in Cape Town. So it's in everyone's interest that we get the Central Line up and running as soon as possible. That is broadly speaking, Honourable Hansinger. We can take more detail and Honourable members around the relocation process. The issue around the signalling, and there was a slide there. I know I went through it very quickly. We've got an approach in terms of how we bring back the signalling system. It is critical. At the moment, the reality is on many of these corridors we've recovered, we are not able to run a high frequency in the peak. We can't run a train every 5 or 10 minutes because signalling is not there. We're still doing manual authorization. And therefore, we're running a train every 45 minutes, every 1 hour, which is not what you need for the numbers that we need to transport. Now, we've provided there for the Western Cape, we need to recover the signalling system. Very quickly, we've already received the spares and components that we can start implementing through our local teams, as well as getting a service provider to assist. Honourable members, what we also want to do as an interim measure is to procure an electronic authorization system while we get the full signalling up and running. And that is to move away from the current manual authorization, which brings into play a lot of the human error and the delays that we see. What will be nice with electronic authorization, even if something happens to our signalling in the future, we can revert to electronic authorization rather than going back to manual. And that process we're putting out to the market within the next month. It will be out in the market. And then Gauteng, which has been badly impacted, we are now also putting to the market to recover all of those lines. Already we're working on Mabopane and Salisbury to bring back the signalling there. But we can provide a detailed program for each one of these, Honourable Hansing. Very quickly on Siveze, it's come up in terms of the issue of the ghost workers, and I think you are correct, Honourable Chair. There was a bit of pain on my face when I was at pains to speak to this one, because there's a lot of work that has happened, but we also need to be able to very clearly articulate what is coming out of this process. What I've indicated is the 3,000 that was there. It is not 3,000 ghost workers, that we can confirm. That was the 3,000 that had not verified themselves at the time. We've gone through that process, and part of that process was to freeze salaries. It enabled people to come back quickly and now present themselves. If you're not getting your salary the month, you're going to make a plan to be there. That process has happened. And we've also done the process where people had to come and verify, even down to the issue of the qualifications, because we looked into that as well. Issue of where there were criminal records. We wanted that information to be provided. And there, when it was not forthcoming, we stopped salaries as well. And you have to give a commitment in providing this information. Where we are now, and I'm not trying to skirt around the issue, Honourable Chair. I don't want to, at this point, give a specific number. We have given information through to the SIU. We have got detailed forensic companies coming on board now. And I think this is going to help us to have a much more firm a message around this issue, around Project Sivezi. That is where we are at the moment with that process. I think the SIU process is going to assist with this. What we are also doing, honourable members, we have now signed off with the SIU to undertake lifestyle audits at PRASA. We're going to start with the executive team. I always say to the board, I'm number one on that list. Starting with us, the full executive team, we're going to go down to the executives in the various divisions and regions, and we're going to drill down into some of those key departments like your supply chain development, supply chain management department. Lifestyle audits, you will be kicking in. We've signed off on the agreement with SIU. We're waiting on the agreement to come back so that this thing can roll out. And this is something that is part of this process to make sure that these things are cleaned up within PRASA. Very quickly, Honourable Tito, you asked about the war room. And I want to give you a commitment. This is not just us giving a message about the war room. The main meeting happens every Tuesday, the steering committee. And we ensure there that each of the executives are in that meeting on a Tuesday. It's because we want to take decisions in that meeting. When we need to unlock a bottleneck or there's a problem in terms of a decision that needs to be taken, we've got the executives there to unlock that. Those are not the only meetings that happen. When I said weekly, it's around the steering committee. But there are meetings every day in the war room. On a Monday, they meet with the contractors on each of the corridors to deal with construction issues, any challenges you're having. It could be payment, it could be material related, and that's every Monday where they deal. If they are behind schedule, you pull them into line. Through the week, you've got specific focus areas. It could be a station program that you deal with on the Wednesday. It could be the electrical infrastructure. So that war room is operating full time. But when I mention the weekly, it's a steering com where we've got the executives to unlock any challenges that we may have within that process. The issue, Honourable Kumalo, you also raised about the walling, the fencing that we are dealing with. At the depots, the walling is up and it's in construction at the moment. And I know we are happy again to bring the portfolio committee on another oversight visit to show you some of the projects. I think it was a while since you visited some of our projects. We can show you that is happening. We're also going to roll it out on the corridors. We're going to do that. Mabopani has already closed. We are busy with the evaluations for that walling. The issue of the cooperatives, it's one that is very close to our heart. I know to the Minister of Transport heart about how do we employ and involve the communities. We can give you the detail without having to go into it. We can show you across the country what corridors, what stations, and how we want to employ those communities. It's around the maintaining, the cleaning, and all of these things of the stations. And it's about ensuring that we get the communities to take ownership of this infrastructure. I think honourable members made the point that is more successful when you've got the communities taking ownership and being part of this process. But that detail we can provide you, Honourable Kumalo, in terms of the breakdown of all of that information.
You know, Mr. CEO and the Chair, I'm tempted to give you 5 minutes. I know, which is good that you are detailed in terms of your response. Be mindful that I did suggest that other questions, because sometimes we ask questions as suggestions so that you can go back and reflect on them or perfect your metrics, as it were. I would suggest you do that as a collective, as a team. Give you until 11 o'clock on the dot.
Okay. No, Chair, I will sum up now because I think I've taken the point to give the groups here. I just want to make one point because I did make an omission when I was presenting. And I'm glad that Honourable Ramadwa, you raised it about autopacks. I know the chair of ARC did touch on it, but autopacks is a critical one, and I omitted to mention it when I was presenting. There is the business rescue plan. We've got the CEO of autopacks also present here. Autopacks plays a critical role in terms of the intercity bus services. Business rescue plan is in place. There's a need to recapitalize autopacks in terms of the new buses that the chair of ARC had raised. And when I say it plays a critical role, yes, there are other long-distance intercity bus services, but autopacks also plays in that gap where those services do not find it financially sustainable to operate. So in some of those rural areas, and also it keeps a check in terms of, if I can call it, long-distance bus prices, if I can put it that way. So there is a plan on the table. We've also submitted this as part of our engagements with our shareholder as well as the National Department of Treasury around that business rescue plan and some of the funding requirements that we need to deal with there. If I can then just ask the Group CFO to deal very quickly with those financial questions, and some of the other things we've not addressed, we'll respond in writing, Honourable Chair. Okay.
Press the green button.
There we go. Thank you very much, Chair. And in very brief, Chair, I'd like to start off maybe with the ESCOM, and very happy to note that ESCOM is fully paid up to date. We don't need a payment plan at present, and we are maintaining our monthly payments as required to ESCOM. This is obviously impacted by the lower activity than where we expect to be, but for present we are fine. If I can talk to the government subsidy, the actual government subsidy does show 9.1 billion, but the regional subsidy was 7.1 billion for the year. What happened towards the end of the year, we received a special allocation from National Treasury to be able to settle our Transnet debt of 2 billion, which has been outstanding for many, many years now. And a lot of that was related to MLPS, and the Group CEO went through the sustainability of MLPS and the cost of it. Going into the future is we need to have a different model. It's impossible to continue with the past because PRASA just simply cannot keep up and pay with that. So that 2 billion added to the 7.1 then comes to the 9.1 billion we were speaking about. I'd like to just talk about the maintenance side of things. There's really two areas. We get given specific funds for maintenance. One is for yellow, rolling stock and rail infrastructure, and the other one is for blue trains. At present, if you look at our activity again, all of these numbers and everything are based on what our current activity is and the expectation is in terms of rolling that out. Where that increases, we would then have to change that, but we do have specific funds which are just ring-fenced for repairs and maintenance. And at present, based on our current activities, we do have enough funds to be able to satisfy ourselves and maintain both the infrastructure as well as the rolling stock. I'd like to just comment further that if you look at the devastation across our network during the COVID period, we've entered a stage where it's really a rebuild stage versus a refurbished stage, which changes our requirement a lot. We'll be spending a huge amount of capital in the near future, whether it is rebuilding signalling, whether it's rebuilding Purway, etc., and stations, to be able to bring everything back up to the level that we expect. Hence, you will see a lot larger capital spend going forward, and then maintenance will kick in off the back of that capital spend as we progress into the outer years and move forward from there. Chair, another one I'd like to just talk to you is if we look at the 7-year plan that we're talking about in terms of recovery, there's and it's a fairly considered approach that we've taken in terms of the time it would take us to be able to bring the passengers back. And there are a number of other things that are tied into that, including the capital side of things, as well as if we look at passengers coming back to rail again and us winning those people back. But I think there's a number of different areas we've looked at. How do we accelerate and get more capital than what is currently available? We're busy looking at ways like in that to be able to then be able to generate more fare revenue than what we currently have. If we look, we're actively looking at our secondary mandate. All rail entities around the world use property and other assets, so we would use our reserve and, let's say, excess fibre to be able to generate substantial income to be able to support the primary mandate of rail. I think also when we're looking at new ideas, simpler is better in terms of going forward. We're looking at also rationalising and restructuring the business and operating model to be focused on, one, primary mandate, secondary mandate, and a capital rebuild program. Chair, I think I'm just about out of time, and I think I've answered most of the questions. But if I haven't, I will then provide more detail as well, Chair. Thank you.
Now, it shows that you are dealing with money, so you are straight to the point and very economical, which means our monies are in good hands. On a later note, Chair, you are summing up so that I can sum up and we may release you. Over
Yes.
to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. There were some questions that were not answered, and because of time constraints, we will take guidance as per the Chairman, that we will actually put them in writing, and that's with regards to, there was a question about the jobs and what is the criteria utilized for those jobs, the 8,999, so we haven't ignored it, but we'll come back in writing with that. And also there was a question about which of the stations were being modernized, and then about the cases in the SIU, those two resignations, were they simple resignations or were there cases attached? We'll come back in writing to the committee with that. And Chair, I think by and large, if I haven't missed any other questions, oh yes, the stakeholder engagement, about strengthening the stakeholder engagement, what is PRASA doing about that? And so there was also another question of the 9 provinces about thou shalt balance priorities. We got that, Chairman, so we'll come back to the committee in writing and deal with all those outstanding questions that perhaps we have not answered orally. But I'd like to thank the committee for your time, and we really appreciate being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and your team. One for the road from your side, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am, sir. Honourable member.
Apologies, Chairperson. It's not another question. I want to make a suggestion, Chairperson. In light of what has been presented, I think that it's in the committee's interest to have an urgent meeting with PRASA and state-owned enterprises Transnet regarding this issue. Because failing to do that, we will never get the train services running again. And I think the sooner we can get the ball rolling on this intercharging each other, whereby PRASA charges Transnet and Transnet charges PRASA, and it doesn't. The only people that are suffering is the people that that use the train services, and it's this African proverb: when two bulls are fighting, it's the grass that suffer. So we need to have that, and that's my suggestion, Chairperson. If we can please have that as soon as possible. Thank you, Chairperson.
You know what, when we set up the approach of the meeting and we get tempted to deal with the after issues, this is what happens. I'll start with Honorable Ramadwa, Honorable Hansinga, Tito, and Bilankulo. The one that have walked out, I won't give her a chance.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm not going to take your time. I just want to support the proposal by Honorable Magdi.
Okay. Honorable Hansinga, I know your hand is up here, fine. Just for confirmation, because I'm very fair person.
Chairperson, is this now in reaction to the proposal?
No, I'm being fair because Honorable Magdi have raised his hand and I was just about to close. So I don't want to close anyone outside. If you feel that there's nothing, I'm good. I'm happy, more than happy with that posture. Thank you. Honorable Tito? Thank you. Honorable, good. Okay. So thank you very much, and we take your part, and then through MANCO we shall endeavor to see in our busy schedule how do we do that, because it also includes other role players in terms of relocation, because the IMC sittings and sittings which doesn't give us results, it doesn't help us. And I'm sure the principals should be able to avail themselves so that we can deal with that one. DDG is here. I think we take that point. All of us were in agreement. I think with that, if there are any other follow-up questions, we shall do the same from our side. And our normal response there in terms of the questions,
7 working.
it's 7 working days. That's exclude your 16th June, which is the public holiday. And then your Sunday and Saturday. Other than that, it's 7 days. And other than that, we are very encouraged with your presentation, and we shall hold you accountable in terms of the milestones that we have reported to us. We shall have a good working relationship also We take note of the offer of having an oversight visit. We will engage ourselves and respond accordingly in terms of that. Other than that, have a good, blessed week and all your work moving forward. All the best. You are excused. The PRASA family, not everybody, just the PRASA family. And we can have a 5 minutes health break, honorable members, to allow them to walk out. We'll resume at 11:10. Thank you. there are anyone who's representing RAF, I assume they are. We are now at 10:45 in terms of the schedule. It's not your making, it's our making with the earlier team. Why I'm saying that, so that you work in between those hours with how much time do we have together. You are mostly welcome. Whom should I acknowledge here? Okay. Ms. Msibi, I'm told you are the chairperson.
Yes, I am.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And, I think Mr. Collins, I know you from somewhere, but it doesn't matter for the purpose of this meeting. CEO, you are welcomed as yourself and your team.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And DG Transport, sir, you are welcome, and your team as well. As we progress before the end of the term, I would know everybody by face. We are all welcome. Our purpose of today is to get a presentation from your good self on the RAF 2020 annual report. And of course, you would have known that some of the issues that we are eager to hear, it's strong on it. You challenge the AG. But nevertheless, we'll understand the role of the AG and your good selves and your auditing team, as it were. Because sometimes you wrestle and waste money on something that you shouldn't have. And this committee will assist you to avoid that. But we are happy that we have found each other in terms of in that space, because we must also say it formally that we are aware that you have done a good work in terms of also retracting in terms of that, because AG audit what she or he has got. What you don't see, you don't audit. What is not measurable, you can't oversight. From our side, we can't oversight generally GE. We oversight things that we can measure. So with that note, Chair, I will hand, because DG, you are here, we have received an apology from both the Minister and the DM. We thought also you are going to join them to give them technical support, but also it does demonstrate that you are taking this committee seriously in terms of your accountability, because your good self and your team, DG, are the ones that makes government tick. Others they can say is pronouncement and policy and all that, but to walk the talk, it takes men and women of your caliber to do that for our country to move forward. For the purpose of today, allow me, before I hand over to you, ma'am, allow the DG, if there's any opening remarks, then I will hand over to Ms. Chairperson of the board, and then she will then direct us who's going to make a presentation, and then after that we'll engage to the presentation, and I will hand over to you, Chair, also to direct us who's going to respond. Over to you, DG, and you are welcome once more.
Morning, Chair, honourable members. Good morning, and Chairperson of the board, RAF, and CEO colleagues. Chair, thank you very much for firstly accepting our apology. I did want to be here on time. I hope my apology was accepted. Just in respect of RAF, all I would say is that I'm aware of the conversations we've had in relation to RAF, and that we've been taken through where they are. And our sense is that, of course, the committee will make up its mind. Our sense is that there are very interesting things that are emerging in the work they've been doing since this team came on. So I would not want to waste or color your minds in that respect. I wish we must engage with the presentation they are coming with, Chair. And on our side, we will be listening carefully while the committee is taking as direction. I thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Before I hand over now, it reminds me, DG. Earlier on, before you joined this meeting, we said we are transport family, and which means we are in charge in terms of transport, and also we are in charge in terms of time. Next time, because But I'm saying it so that also, even in your team entities, also you convey that message. Secondly, DG, what we'll request to all your entities and the boards, do notify them that we don't take it kindly for us getting presentation less than 24 hours. Because you don't give members to engage with the written submission and cross-check to what would have said in the previous years or in the last meetings, whether there is a reflection on that. That will make us, when we engage on your presentations, repeating what is included on the presentation because we didn't have time. By the way, we are very much resourced. We've got content advisor and the researcher. By so doing, submitting your presentation late, you are making this good warm bodies inactive in terms of value for money. Why do we need them? But it's not for that, but also for members to make sure that they engage fruitfully on the presentations. I didn't want to raise it when we were engaging with PRASA. I thought in your presence, DG, you'll convey that message. Mr. Hansinger, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for raising the point about the presentations, particularly the presentation that was sent out so late. But I'm afraid, Chairperson, that is not the only issue. The fact that the presentation was sent late, in fact, we received the presentation earlier this morning in what is supposed as the presentation that would be submitted here this morning. There was a version that was shared with the committee earlier on in the week. And what is most concerning, Chairperson, is the substantial difference in content between the two variations and the two versions. So, Chairperson, my question then this morning is, what are we dealing with here today? The latest version? Are we going to ignore the content of the previous version, which is a substantial difference, I would argue, and we can compare and prove it? So, you know, what is considered here today and what is scrutinized here today, and which of the two versions are then actually tabled as a record of the work of this committee of this morning? And I would strongly argue, Chairperson, that it is absolutely unacceptable and unfair to then allow the tabling of content that was shared with a while ago. How could we ever accept a condition like that, which, in my view, is nothing other than to destabilize the engagement? Because in receiving particular content, there's particular preparation based on the fact that what is going to be engaged upon is made known prior to the meeting. But certainly it cannot be accepted that what is allowed to be engaged upon is that which is shared moments before the meeting starts. So, Chairperson, I really have a serious concern, and I would ask for you to really deal with this, even though it might impede on the time limit, which I absolutely support, because it makes for thorough planning and to allow for the whole agenda to be dealt with. But there's a particular suspected deliberateness in what we experienced as a committee, which I would really want to be clarified. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Any other comment from members? Thank you very much. DG, you are taking home what we are going to do through our secretary. We will write to you and make it in bold, our turnaround in terms of submission of the presentation. There is a protocol, all of us we know, just to refresh our memories. For today's purpose, the presenter will take us through today's presentation, and I'm sure also they will make a preamble to justify the rationale thereof. Because if we would have said it previously in our previous engagement, I was not there, so you can't blame me what I'm saying now. I don't, what I'm saying is not behaving as if there was no yesterday in terms of our relationship and working relationship in terms of expectations. I will urge members that we proceed, we take today's presentation, and of course, when we engage, if there are discrepancies, which there are, we will also bring it back, that one, because there was no withdrawal of the last week's presentation. Legally speaking, then it still stands as well. So we will then engage in all, because it would be wrong for us to behave as if there was no presentation sent to us. The presenter also will speak on those areas that have been included. It will help. And if there are omissions also, if you do sponsor and be generous, just to take us into your confidence and the rationale of that change, it does help. So it's more work for you, not for us. Because we are not ticking the box, we are really doing the very live, robust oversight in terms of what you would have given us. With that, I take that our colleagues, honorable members, you allow me that we proceed. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members. And thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity to present to the Portfolio Committee the 2020-2021 annual report of the RAF. Our delegation today consists of the Chairperson of the Audit Committee, Mr. Hilmi Daniels, on the right of the DG, the CEO, Mr. Collins Letswalo, the CFO, Ms. Bernice Potgieter, right behind me, the Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer, Mr. Patutsedo Luhwareni, next to the CFO and the Acting Board Secretariat, Mr. Tamsanga Pichudi, next to Mr. Ramansi, who is also, by the way, a board member representing the executive authority on our board, but I think he's here today in his role in the department. Chairperson, allow me just to deal with the issue of the different presentations. We had a preparatory meeting with the minister and the department, and it was addressing some of the questions that they raised, and in terms of trying to enhance the presentation that those changes. Mr. Letswalo will talk to those changes. So it was not in a bid to misdirect the committee, but we thought we're trying to actually really, how can I say, contemplate some of the questions that may be raised here, and we felt that were necessary to be responded to by the minister that they raised. So it was not in a bid to destabilize this particular meeting. It is important, Chairperson, to bear in mind that this annual report represents the first year of the implementation of the 2020-2025 strategic plan of the entity. The strategic plan itself is a response to the Minister of Transport's objectives as outlined to the board at its appointment in December 2019. These objectives are the reduction of legal/administrative costs, review of the organizational structure and business processes, implementation of an integrated claims management system, and review of the supply chain management. These objectives were designed to turn the entity around and ensure that it becomes sustainable. In crafting the strategic plan, 4 strategic outcomes were identified, and these are, firstly, a transformed and sustainable RAF, secondly, systems modernization, thirdly, improved governance and strengthened control environment, and lastly, improved service delivery. Some of the achievements that I would like to highlight, Chairperson, from this annual report, the approval of a new operating model. The previous model was a litigious-based model, and we moved away from that to a claims administration model. Secondly, the settling of claims within 120 days, and the CEO will indicate the past in terms of what used to happen around the settling of claims, the time it took. Proposal on amendments to the Act, which we have submitted to the DOT, which we believe will assist us in ensuring that the entity is sustainable going forward. And lastly, and I think one of the important ones is the reduction in the requested but not yet paid amounts. Now, this talks to where we have already settled claims. We have been in engagement with the claimant, and an amount has been agreed, but we have not paid it. When we came in, it was plus 16 billion, and it was rising. So basically, we're not able to settle the claims as they came, and this amount kept on rising year on year. This was the first year where we start seeing a decrease, and the decrease is in the amount of 2 billion. This is also the year that RAF adopted a new accounting policy after the necessary consultation and due diligence. The RAF consulted the Auditor General's Office, which recommended that the entity consult the ASB. Due consultations were held with the ASB, which gave guidance, and which guidance was duly followed by the REF. There are two major issues from the old accounting policy that presented challenges. Firstly, we were accounting for social benefit fund activities using an insurance accounting standard. Secondly, we were recognizing contingency liability when an accident happened, when in fact there were many variables that could render the accident ineligible for a claim from RAF. The change in accounting policy led to a dispute with the REF. This was in part because the REF understood that once the AG had issued an audit opinion, it could not be changed unless a review application was instituted. I must say, Madam Chair, I know you said we were courageous. It was a very difficult and challenging decision to take. And I mean, even if you look at the time when we took it, it was, I remember very well, on the 22nd of December 2021. So it was not an easy decision, but as board members, we had to do what was in the best interest of the REF, and it was, as I indicated, not an easy one. We're not, how can I say, we were not out there to start fighting with our sister bodies. In fact, we'd like as much cooperation, and would like to cooperate as much as possible with our sister entities. When I say sister, in terms of government entities. However, in this particular instance, we felt that we had no other avenue or option but to take this on review. In late 2022, the Minister of Transport requested that the REF considers a less acrimonious method of resolving the matter. The board engaged the Auditor General. This culminated in a meeting with the AG on the 16th of May this year. The AG confirmed that she could not mediate or change a decision. This can only be done by the courts. Lastly, Chairperson, this report also reports on the year that we had the shutdown due to the COVID pandemic, and of course, the CEO will will indicate the impact on that in terms of our work. I will then hand over to the CEO to take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks very much, Committee Chairperson and members, colleagues. Ours is to present the 2020-2021, and I think what becomes important is understanding the business of the Road Accident Fund as we found it. And I think it's important to understand, and I know that out there, Madam Chair, there would have been a lot of noise about what RAF is doing. The changes that we're bringing about were not changes that in the main people were going to like. I must emphasize that the legal fraternity became an issue when we arrived, and we thought they were the only ones. We are realizing as we go along that actuaries do benefit from this, private hospitals benefit from this, doctors benefit from this, and a lot of other professionals benefit from this. And I think in reducing the legal, the administrative costs, it became apparent that we had to take a road less traveled, but more a radical approach in terms of bringing about the turnaround of the Road Accident Fund. We were never going to be able to turn around this entity without taking this difficult but necessary decisions. So here I just give a strategic context and the key challenges prior to 2020-2025 strategic plan. And we'll then go to the 2020-2021 year deadlines, which is the first year of the 2020-2025 strategic plan. We'll go to the institutional performance and we'll go to financial performance. And of course, the chair has already dealt with the status of the AGS 8 dispute. And I don't think I would go much into that, then we'll get to the conclusions. If you look at the rough mandate, you realize, Chairperson, that we rely on the 1996 Act that was amended in 2008. The amendments in 2008 were meant to assist the sustainability of the Road Accident Fund. And I must emphasize that they tended to make more problems than actually resolve the issues that we faced at the Road Accident Fund. It is in that context that there was the RAPS bill that was put in front of Parliament at the time, and our predecessors started to move the business model towards that. Mindful, Chair, of the fact that the Act still remained until it was supposed to be repealed at that point. We are a national public entity scheduled in terms of 3A of the PFMA, and we are also shaped by the Constitutional Court rulings and legal precedents that in that mandate. So the objective is very clear, Chair. It's a payment of compensation or loss or damage wrongfully caused by the driving of a motor vehicle accident. So where you injure someone driving a car, you are the one that is protected, Chair. People believe that RAF is for the victim. Yes, it is for the victim, but it is meant to protect the wrongdoing on the road. It means it is in a way protecting drivers from being sued in cases they make an accident and injure or cause damage to anyone. It's limited to bodily injury or death, so we don't cover the car. It excludes secondary emotional shock as a consequence. I think this started in 2008. And the material damages are not covered, which means that personal damages are not covered in this respect. One must emphasize that at the time in 2008, when changes were made, the view was that general damages were going to be dealt with and be removed, and it will be reduced, but we are not seeing that in the current space. We changed our vision and mission to be an equitable and sustainable compensation system for motor vehicle accident victims, because we thought that sustainability must come into the business model as we start to do this payment of compensation, because if we don't do it in a sustainable way, the Road Accident Fund will simply fold. We are the only social benefit fund that I know all over the world that pays in lump sums. We say, Chair, that we are the people that accept the lotto, sponsor the I blew it. Because simply put, we are giving people money they can't use over a period, and we know that within 2 years that money has been finished, and it's something that we think that this committee must help us going forward to make sure that we pay people as and when they need this money. And that also creates an issue of liquidity issues, because we receive our money on a monthly basis, but we pay it out in lump sum. So there is a thing called an asset liability profile mismatch that comes with that. And of course, we intend to provide appropriate benefits to all qualifying road users within the borders of South Africa. This system, Chair, tends to benefit the previously advantaged, in a sense that if my child got injured today, my helper's child gets injured today, the same injuries, everything, my child will get more simply because the father is a CEO. That's how the calculation is being done, and that for me it's a problem. That's why we call about equitably. But we are saying appropriate benefits, because people will go and buy cars, other people would not be able to show the need to buy cars because at the time they got injured they were probably in a taxi, and therefore you are not putting them in the same position as they would have been in those cases. So it tends to benefit the haves rather than the have-nots. This is one of the things that in our mission we want to change that. And out of every rent check that we collected and we started, 40 cents went to administrative costs, only 60 cents went to the claimant. In the 60 cents, 15 cents of that still went to the lawyer, if it's 25%. So for us, it was an issue. So we had to also change our approach in terms of the values to the I care values, which is integrity, compassion, accountability, respect, and excellence, with empathy being what we have added in the past year. Because it's important that when we deal with our people, we understand the background from which they come and the kind of assistance that they will require. RAF is a pretty complex system, Chair. If you, no matter how educated you are, if you are not a lawyer, you are never going to be able to navigate that act. And I think it was done deliberately, because if you look at Section 19C of the RAF Act, especially Roman figure 1, you would see that it's meant for the lawyer, because they describes what kind of a person must help you. Unfortunately, in that definition, Chair, there's nothing that talks about a RAF employee being able to help you. The second definition, which is 19C Roman figure 2, talks about a person. But when we look for that person, we can't find. So that definition, no one knows what it is. The reality is that we believe that when lawyers drafted this, they were drafting it for themselves, and it was quite clear. But I need to take you to a case for change, because that gives you a sense of what we found when we arrived and what we have wanted to change. So you look at that bold figure in red. That bold figure in red is the accumulated surplus that was going to grow to 577 billion in 2020-2023 if we did nothing. That's a deficit that you are seeing. But that deficit is also on the basis that we are an insurer. But the most important one becomes the deficit for the year. You would see it is 96 billion in 2023. And you would see the biggest one is a shortfall. This shortfall, Chair, is where we have finalized claims. There's simply no money to pay, because we don't have the lump sum. We are still waiting for it to collect it. We don't have. And if we did nothing, in this financial year we are reporting on, we would be sitting at 25.7 billion, meaning people are waiting. I will show you that it took you about 5 to 8 years to actually make a claim, on average 5 years. We will then still be able to wait for another 2 years or 3 years to pay you out, because we simply do not have the money. And that for us was a problem, because what it led to is people attaching our assets, in the main attachment of the bank account. So for us, we had to do something about this, and we'll show you what the indications were. When we looked at this, we realized that we couldn't go in and ask for more money. Meaning, if we went to the National Treasury and say, give us more money, we wanted at least 25 billion to be able to cover that base, to pay it out. And if you look at it, it will still grow the next year. So we then said, what do we then do? We looked at this and we realized that there's no way we're going to grow the kitty. We have to look at the expenditure. The expenditure, as I said, is about 40%. Funds of our nature run about 12.5%, 15% at the max. And we realize that we have been spending 25% in wrong places. The biggest one was, if you look at the 43 billion, Chair, 17 billion of that was administrative costs, but more than 10 billion went to lawyers. And the 26 billion was paid to claimants, but they still had 25% they had to pay back to the lawyers. And for us, it did not make sense. We thought there is a need to cut legal costs because it didn't make sense. But what we picked up was a strange concept that suggested from a study that was done by Professor Henny Klopper that 99.9% of the time we do settle these matters after 4 years in front of the court. And therefore, there is no need for a lawyer to be appointed. But you would see what it created. It created a situation where lawyers were just simply submitting claims that were empty. 90% of the claims that are in the backlog in the RAF system are actually empty claims. They become claims because of provision in section 24.5 that says if you do not evaluate and look at these claims and validate it within 60 days, it is valid in all respect. That deeming provision was being abused by lawyers. And we looked at it and you'd see the changes and you hear the noise about minimum requirements of RAF being onerous and all those things. It's simply because we are now saying you can't come to us with things that are empty. What did they also do? They went and attached the bank accounts. And when they attached the bank accounts, they allocated money to themselves. You'll hear about duplicate payments. This is where it was happening. So they will attach the bank account, they'll take the money. We would be on the way to pay them. And when we pay them, they pocket both the monies and they never return the money. That's why you hear about 102 law firms that the RAF has taken to the LPC for monies that were not returned. How much was that when we arrived? R1 billion, Chair. And we keep on collecting more. That is the 340 million that we referred to the SIU, but we have collected ourselves more than 700 million of monies that were sitting with them at the time. So we managed to reduce this attachment of bank accounts to actually zero, Chair. But that was not only the part. So we had long claim settlement turnaround times, as I said, on average 5 years. Unsustainable funding model. The money that we collect does not meet the requirements in terms of the risk, so it's not balanced. So we get the money. Firstly, we get it in installments, meaning every month, but we pay in lump sums. That creates a distortion there, but also the risk on the road. South Africa has got the highest, one of the highest accident rates in the world, but it is not commensurate with the money that we receive from the fuel levy for obvious reasons that people might not afford. Chair, I must emphasize this. This was a system that was started in 1942. It was in public sector hands. It collapsed in 1986, and the state at the time decided to intervene. So when people say, well, this thing must be done by private sector, the private sector has failed dismally in trying to get this because of the unsustainability of this model. Governance, leadership, and instability. Their chair is an issue that says that the RAF had gone for long periods in interim boards and all those things. And we had no stability. And I think the sixth administration, when it came, that's when the stability came. And I think that's the part where the board was appointed in 2019. I was also appointed in 2020 in August, and we have been filling positions to make this a stable organization. Manual and DGS operating system, we operate on paper. We operate, in fact, section 24 is clear that you can send this thing to the post office. And when you send it to the post office, that's when the 60 days starts. So if we miss it and the post office delivers it after 60 days, it means the claim is valid in all respects. And that's what it means. And what we are seeing now, because we are doing a pre-assessment, when we do a pre-assessment, we reject claims, they are posted. The guy just goes and posts it and he knows that in 60 days it might not arrive. In that way, then it is valid in all respects. Then of course the non-compliant claims lodged, as I said, over 90% of claims lodged have insufficient information, empty, not even including an accident report. So meaning that we can't find the nexus between your injury and whether you were beaten up or it's something that actually happened on the road. We don't know about that. One of our employees slept and fell in a kitchen and then claimed for RAF, simply because it was going to take 60 days. We picked it up later because the wife worked there, is the one that was dealing with the thing, and that's how we picked it up. And that's because at that point when you lodge a claim, there is no need for you to put an accident report. Fraud and corruption culture, I've just talked about that. We see it coming from the legal fraternity, but also some of our own have been caught with their hands in the cookie jar, in a sense. So, what is this case for change? Why the radicalism that we came up with? The RAF faced an existential crisis. If we did nothing, this entity was going to close. People that really need these services will never have them. But the people that will be the most empowered and the ones that made money out of the system would have been lawyers. It would have been doctors. It would have been actuaries. It would have been private hospitals. It would have been everyone that is feeding from the system except the claimant. So we looked at this and we said we need a radical change. But we have to look back. What is it that our predecessors have been doing? In 2012-2014 strategy, you'd see, Chair, that the legal and other costs were sitting at 27% of the fuel levy income. I've said that when we arrived, it was sitting at 40, so it was increasing. But what you saw is that the target was 2% a year reduction, set up by our predecessors, still missed, Chair. They still missed the 2% target. Then they introduced the origination of direct claims not supported by legislation. As I said, Section 19C is very clear about who can help you do this work. The RAF employee is just not one of them. And I'll tell you what the reason is, Chair. It's because when you issue a claim against RAF, you do not naturally claim from RAF. You actually prosecute a claim, as they call it, under Section 19. So when you prosecute a claim, if in 120 days I don't give you an offer, you must issue summons. Now, if you're an individual like myself, you can't issue summons because you don't have a right of representation in court. So you can't issue summons if you are myself, even if you are a lawyer. If you don't have the right of representation in court, you can't issue summons. If you are like me, a banker, or an economist, or a CEO, you can't issue summons. So remember, at that point, the aim of the RAF was to kick for touch, meaning we waited for the time just next to the time of settlement, and then we say, let's settle. And that created an issue. The introduction of the RAP bill that has since failed became in 2013 to 17 in line with the Sexual Commission recommendations. And we agree with that. If you look at this thing, you want it to be a social benefit scheme to the extent that it defines the benefits, it made sense. To the fact that it covers everyone, it was never going to be affordable in our view. Then, of course, the targeted to settle claims, Chair, we must underline this 1,400 days. That's what our predecessor said. We'll settle in 4 years. So remember the Act says 120. They looked at it, they said we must try to reduce it. And I think it was coming from 5 years. They just said, let's do it in 4 years. But that also is a problem because then if you had a child who has just lost support, that system means nothing to that child. And then for us, that's what we wanted to interact with, we wanted to change. Decentralization of the claims process in 2015 to 2020, establishment of semi-autonomous regional offices, that also created inconsistencies because, Chair, in RAF, when you firstly lodge, no one will tell you how much you are going to get. No one. We must now go and recalculate. So you actually need an actuary when you come to claim from RAF, something that you don't do in any other social scheme. And of course, the ramping up of claims registration, in spite of trying to make sure that there is a lot of people that can register their claims without capacity for pre-assessment. And that's what created the 90%. So that people just call, were you injured? Yes. Was it a car? Yes. Bring. Without an accident report, of course. Then that created problems with even direct claims. So for us, it was becoming a problem as well. The RAF on the road without processing capacity, as we say, we went and collected a lot of claims that we could not process per se. Then we came in the 2020-2025, and that's why we are saying these are radical targets. Reduction of administrative costs. We at least put ourselves to say, at least if in the next 5 years, we reduce this by about 25%. How are we going to do that? The first thing was to look at this legal cost. That was 75%. In our view, if you settle 99% of the time, there is no need for a lawyer. Notwithstanding that, Chair, Section 19C is clear that you must come through a lawyer. And it becomes difficult if you don't come through a lawyer and the process does not, in 60 days or 120 days, assist you because you might have to issue summons, in which case it will take you back to the lawyer. The settlement of claims within 120 days, we said let's take it gradually, let's show people it's possible to claim within 120 days. But Chair, remember I've just told you about the RNYP, that is the money that we don't have. Now, if you settle claims quickly, you need that money. So you can actually drive up the RNYP unwittingly by trying to settle as quickly as possible, but you don't have the money to actually pay those people. So it became important that we balance the two. Of course, we thought that we must go digital. People must be able to claim digitally. And that might also, Chair, in this respect, include the part that says Section 24 of the Act must change. Because for some reason, the procedures in the RAF Act have been hard-coded into legislation. Usually it is in regulations where you can change it. In this respect, it is actually locked into the Act. It is the first time I see an Act that has got procedures, because procedures do change. Like now, people use emails, you have to revisit it physically because it's not in terms of the Act. So it's very, very important that we look at that and those changes come. Next slide. Then, of course, Chair, what we want to show is this part, which is different from what Honorable Singer says when he says, look, you changed this. This is we added simply because
No, it's set at a lighter note.
yeah.
No, probably, honorable member, I think he was saying it on a lighter note because also his face, because you haven't. I think let's proceed that way. I know that when.
No, my apologies
person,
if
just withdraw.
Yeah, I withdraw that. No, I'm not. I'm just saying this is one of the slides we brought in as a change. No. As a change. You said they were changes. Okay. No, thanks. No, thanks. This is the part where we are indicating, Chair, that the projected amount of RNYP was supposed to be 25.8 billion in 2021. You would see that it is now 14.2 billion. This is the changes that have been brought by the new model. Instead of increasing, for the first time it reduces, simply because we have now lowered legal fees, and of course we are using that money to actually pay out to claimant, as it were. So you see the RNYP amount is reducing. You'd see that in 2022, which is the next reporting year, that has reduced even further. But here, Chair, we just give you a sense of the strategic impact of the last 15 years horizon. So the different strategies that the financial year 10 to 15 shows you that there has been a change. But what is important, Chair, is to look at that RNYP line, which is the blue line, during the year 2015-2020. But you see it increases from 31st of May 2014. That is the change in the accounting policy. At that point where there was a decision to then account for RAF using the insurance accounting, and that created that exponential increase. Then, of course, the next part you would see, it is still being driven by that. Then you see that the line, which is the orange line, the dotted line, is actually the fuel levy. Then you see it goes up, but it does not go as exponentially as that, as it were. But you'll see it comes down in the year 31 March 2021, which is this year, then it reduces. It is for the first time coming down, and I think over the period you are going to see that it then comes down. So that is the part where we are saying this model had started to work at that time. We started to see the fruits of this model. And at that glance, you'd see that RNYP reduces from about 17 billion to 14.9 billion, and the total amount of claims that were paid were about 35.29 billion. And of course, there was an increase in the fuel levy of about 9 cents. That also resulted in about a billion increase in our total revenue. Then, of course, the cost-to-income ratio reduces from 29% to about 20%. The fuel levy had increased from 198 to about 207 cents, and you'd see that the total RAF legal costs decreased from 4.5 billion to 1.4 billion. These are the costs internally in RAF. The RAF, in terms of the law, is supposed to be paying what is called party-party costs. So when you claim through a lawyer, that lawyer is going to be paid by RAF after the finalization. And that also gets to be a bigger portion of that. You'll see it when we look at these numbers. The cash expenditure on claims amounted to about 84%, coming down from 95% in the previous year. And of course, the claims liability goes up. You would see, Chair, that in terms of the new registered claims, it's 156,000 that we received, and we finalized 99,795. which is also aligned to the fact that this was a COVID year. Most of the time we were closed and people were operating from home and all those things that happened during that period. The annual performance summary, Chair, in that year, we increased the performance by about 21%. The part where we pride ourselves, Chair, is that it is not only this. When you see the targets being achieved, the bottom line also shows, because you see there is an improvement in the reduction in legal costs. You would see that in that year we did very, very well in terms of legal costs. And all the other things that we wanted to do in that year, notwithstanding COVID, we managed to increase this. And you would see that we do not say when we do not achieve this, we say this is partially achieved. We just said not achieved. If it was kind of, if it's not done, then let's put it as not achieved. And that's how we managed that. You'd see that we did not achieve, I think, 4 targets out of 18. There is just the targets, Chair. We must emphasize here, Chair, that in terms of this performance, we got a clean audit for performance information, meaning the AG went through it and they were happy with what we had. We missed those targets, 5% for all personal claims settled within 120 days. And of course, the 5% reduction in average age of all claims. And as I said, it became difficult because at that time, we were sitting with COVID and we had to go through a lot of those old claims and the people were not in the office. Yes. Now, I'm gonna have to hand over, Chair, if you allow me to, Denise, to go through the financial statements and the position. Thanks.
Thank you, CEO, and good morning, Honourable Chair and members of the committee. This is just a snapshot of our statement of financial position as at the 31st of March 2021. Chair, you would note that we do have our restated figures for 2019-2020 for comparative purposes. Just highlights from the statement of financial position. Our cash and cash equivalents that we reported at the end of the year, 4.6 billion versus 1.3 at the end of the previous financial year. And then receivables from non-exchange transactions, that is 10.3 billion, and that's made up in the main of the fuel levy receivable from SARS. That versus 8.8 at the end of the previous financial year. Other financial assets, 422.8 million versus 657.6 million at the end of the previous financial year. Our property, plant and equipment, which is made up mostly of movable assets, and we have one immovable assets, which is our mainland property, 174 million. Next. The liabilities, which is mainly made up of our claims liability. Chair, you will see that we have reported 29.6 billion worth of claims liabilities. And as the CEO had indicated before, this is made up of the requested not yet paid, which was the 14.9 billion. As well as a portion for claims for which offers had been made but not yet accepted, which is basically premised by the change in the accounting policy. So the way that we account for our liabilities resulting from motor vehicle accidents is that at the point where we have determined the merits, and we have also made a valuation of the loss of the claim or confirmed that a loss has been suffered. That is the point at which we now recognize our liability, and that would be the secondary portion of the claims liability that then results in the total being 29.6 billion. We also have a provision for diesel rebate, which basically is being net off from the gross fuel levy receivable from SARS. And then lastly, an employee benefit obligation of 56 million, give or take. which then results in this net liability position of 15.8 billion reported. Next. Then, just briefly, the statement of financial performance, which is basically the income statement. Again, we have our reported values for 2021 versus restated values for 2022 for comparative purposes. The net fuel levies, as you can see there, Chair, is 42 billion, and that, as the CEO has also said, is the fuel levy of 207 cents per litre. That versus 41 billion reported in the previous year. Our claims expenditure of 37.9 billion. That versus 44.9 billion in the previous year. And this expenditure line item is mainly driven by payments made in the year, as well as the movement in the liability. So the reduction in the RNYP would have also had a direct impact on the claims expenditure line. Employee costs of 1.9 billion, that versus 1.7 billion. And then lastly, this would be the first year where we recorded a surplus for the year of 1.7 or 1.8 billion, that versus the deficit for the previous year of 6.3 billion. This, Chair, as I said earlier, is just a breakdown of the claims liability total, being the requested not yet paid and the claims for offers made not yet accepted, in accordance with our accounting policy. The next slide, Chair, just gives you a breakdown of the disclosures of fruitless and wasteful expenditure in our annual report. In 2021, we had 1,000 rand worth of fruitless and wasteful expenditure relating to the prior year, as well as 1.6 million related to fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the current year. We also we managed to finalize 1.2 million, and we transferred 4,000 to recovery, and we had about 404,000 that we were awaiting resolution for. Now, these, Chair, is mainly made up of interest on late payments, or interest, sheriff and writs cost for our claims payments. We also have indicate to you there the reconciliation of the recoverable amounts. So we started with 10,000 and we ended with 9, making a recovery of 5,000 during the year with a transfer of 4. Chair, the irregular expenditure note in the annual report is as follows. We have 342 million in terms of an opening balance, in which we have yet to finalize some of the processes as required in the framework issued by National Treasury in terms of determination if there are any forensic investigation processes or disciplinary processes outstanding. We are unable to finalize those matters for condemnation prior to those processes being concluded. We had 69 million worth of irregular expenditure identified in the year under review relating to the prior year, and we had 23.9 million relating to the current year, which gives you then the balance of 434.9 million for the year. Without repeating what the chairperson had earlier said, we did have a meeting with the AGSA to discuss the alternative resolution mechanism as proposed by the minister. However, as our board chair had indicated, the AGSA advised that the decision taken by her in terms of the disclaimer of opinion cannot be reversed by mediation, and it therefore can only be set aside by the court. So we are preparing to go to court on the 3rd and the 4th of October of this year. I'm going to hand back to the CEO to just close the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. There has been significant progress that we have had to enhance the operational and financial sustainability, but I think it's worth noting that some of the issues that I raised have just been dealt with. For instance, we have done the minimum requirements, we gazetted them, and we have changed our RAF Form 1 to say for you to be able to claim from the Road Accident Fund, these are the minimum requirements that we need, because that's the only way in which we can be able to, within 60 days, check, validate the claim, and within 120 days be able to settle. We have improved the medical management protocols. We have introduced what we call rough medical tariffs and protocols. We had a situation where in the main, people would claim for other things, and we just pick it up when someone claims. So someone will go and have a plastic surgery, for instance, and we are only going to pick it up at the end when we are hit with a bill. So we have improved that from an undertakings perspective. We were charged about 5 times what medical aids are charged for certain procedures, and we had to bring in this medical tariff. So you would see that there is a battle about this medical tariffs, but the reality is that they're actually based on the 3 top medical aids in the country. So there's nothing about that that is just people not happy with the fact that they charged at 500% of what they used to charge medical aids, and we brought this in line. We found this difficult because I think in 2010, the Constitutional Court had said that we must actually have our own tariffs, and our predecessors had not moved much in terms of that, and I think they left it somewhere in 2014, but we then took it and finalized this. We are introducing a claims relationship management system. We have just finalized a 300-seat call center where all issues that are related to RAF are going to come there, all processes, and I think that becomes important. We are going to roll out about 21 CECs in the whole of the country, and we will work to reopening our hospital offices that were closed during COVID because of that, but it will be done in line with that. So we are also going to get community-based workers that are going to help us align with our claimants. We call this year the Year of the Claimant, and we're going to make sure that much more of the work that we have done benefits the claimant, and that the claimant knows about. And we are doing that. We have started a campaign. You would have heard it on radio. We are saying, come and ask us how much was your lawyer paid. We are realizing that a lot of people are not getting what we pay out. Lawyers are not paying that to them. So it's something that we are also actively engaged in to ensure that the claimant gets the benefits fully. And we also have discovered that most of the previously disadvantaged people don't use what is called an undertaking. An undertaking, Chair, is where we cover the medical costs in future, but most of our people are not able to do that. And it is also simply because you must actually spend the money before we actually pay you out. So we are changing that to make sure that as you go, because we would have those medical protocols, we would know before you go there, then we will pre-approve and you'll go without you having to expend the money first and claiming from us. Notwithstanding not receiving the fuel levy over the past 3 years, our RNYP has come down. We are the only turnaround entity, Chair, that has not received any support financially from the fiscus, as it is. For the past 3 years, we have not got an increase in the fuel levy, but it seems like the model is doing very well. Thank you.
If you touch it, then Let's save time. In future, we must do a dry run on this room so that we stop cheating. Thanks to COVID, it assisted us to use the technology, so we shouldn't be doing that. And we are embarrassed and we apologize that we're supposed to be oversighting to everybody and we are unable to walk the talk. Don't blame me, blame somebody else. With that, I hope our apology is noted. Allow me to break the protocol of chairing the meeting to chair it here because of the technical glitches that we are experiencing. Honourable members, I shall be able to see you, all of you. Here is the presentation. Let's engage on it. I'll come at the end if there are issues that I would like to raise for further engagement with the RAF team. Thou shalt not keep quiet. I'll start because I started somewhere earlier on. I'll start at my immediate left, and it's a correct thing to do. It's your good self, Honorable Tito. You are at my immediate left. Then it will go to Honorable Figile, followed by Honorable Magdi, and then Honorable Hans Singer, as well as Honorable Ramadwa, and my good self. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, on the issue of the crime syndicates involving the legal practitioners and the medical experts that you were talking about, were you able to maybe try to report them to their different, I don't know how will I put it, but I think that you understand me. I think now it's those legal experts and the medical ones who are busy eating the money of the states, and then were you guys be able maybe to iron them out and then you report them to their different what. And then on the issue of the claims, you were saying that during the time of the COVID, you could not pay the claims because of the lockdown. So up to right now, can you maybe give us maybe a detail of how many have you succeeded to pay those ones of COVID? Because of currently right now, you are saying that the claims are piling up and some of them you cannot even settle them within 120 days. And then the community workers that you were talking about, how are you going to structure them per province? And then also you must put us into confidence that maybe even me as Honorable Tito, I know those community members that are going to assist, and then I can also assist you in terms of your communication and all of that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tito, followed by Honorable Kumal. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. If I was part of RAF and be able to do what I think will benefit all the people that are claimants, I was going to walk all over South Africa and tell them what they were presenting today. Chair, I heard something that sometimes you find that claim is empty. What type of claim that is empty? Because I don't want to assume that what I'm thinking of, it should be the answer. Secondly, it happens that sometimes you're driving and you have an accident where a person, well, you will knock a person, and the person will be running away thinking that by coming closer to you and comply with what you need to do as a driver to go and report the case and call ambulances, and that person ended up being admitted in hospital. And at a later stage, you are receiving a call from a road accident fund to say, hence you went to open the case. That person should be paid because the case is open. Everybody is denying. The person saying, no, I was not knocked by the car, by any car, because of rumors that says don't agree with that because they want you to pay. Maybe they just bluffing you that you are liable to get where does that money goes? Because the case is registered, I'm assuming, after it is opened with SAPS. It is registered and there should be money from road exit. Where does it go if in the absence of the person who have to claim that money? Chairperson, what do you do after discovering that a claim is not road related? In that case of plastic surgery on face, but reported so that money should be paid, what do you do? Following to that question, what actions do you take against the lawyers who wrongfully get money? Hence, they are the choice, though they are acting on behalf of claimants. They are not just walking to your offices. And then later you're discovering that now they are now benefiting more than the claimant should be. What is there any actions? If there are any, what are those actions? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kamalo. Honorable Makti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start off with acknowledging the presentation from the Chairperson of the Board, CEO, CFO. I think we're on the right track now. We're getting somewhere. Also want to commend you on the difficult task that you had in convincing the AG. I think you're on the right track. It's not the most often walked path, but it's the right path. You'll get there. I think your intentions are to fix the RAF, and at the end of the day, I think it will benefit the people of South Africa. Coming back to the issues at hand, when you win the lotto, the first thing they do before they give you the money is they introduce you to financial planning. And I think the RAF should do that as well. I think it should be a compulsory session for anyone that gets paid a lump sum to attend financial planning course or something. I'm sure we can. You guys are the brains behind the organization. You can. It's up to you. I just think it will assist a lot in alleviating the problems that we have, where a person gets 2 million rand and then it becomes the problems of SASSA very shortly after within 6 months, after they've bought the Mercedes-Benz, the car, 3 iPhones, and then the money's gone, and then it's SASSA's problem. Then I agree with you, CEO. I think we as the committee, we must work hard and assist you in changing Section 19 and Section 24 of the Act, or Act, or the RAF bill, whatever, the Road Accident Fund legislation, to assist you to allow electronic claims, and also allow you to, that we can remove that provision for lawyers. What's it, 19C1, and to make it easier for people to claim. I think it's very cumbersome that a lawyer needs to be involved. I'm very partial that there's only one good lawyer, and they're at the bottom of the ocean, but okay, that's another point, Chairperson. Then there's been a lot of accidents with foreign vehicles, whereby RAF has had huge liabilities with foreign vehicles, specifically on the N1 and the north, and I think on the N4 with Mozambique and Zimbabwean vehicles. Can we not somehow adopt the same strategy as what our neighbors are doing? If I want to go to Mozambique, I can't cross in if I don't have a third-party insurance. Gives me a million rands of third-party accident liability insurance, and that will alleviate some of the. It's definitely, maybe even if it's just 10%, will alleviate some of the problems of that Road Accident Fund has in paying unroadworthy vehicles that cross the border, and we all know the problems that we have there for those claims. And otherwise, Thank you, CEO. Great job. Let's see what the next financials look like. That's all. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Magdi. Honorable Hengsinger, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation. Well, both, in fact. I would like to know on your slide 8, you referred to a 10 billion rand in legal fees based on legal expenses. But then, as we also know, most cases, high in the 90%, are settled at the last minute. Why are these cases dragged out like this to then occur legal costs and legal expenses? Why aren't these claims settled sooner? I would also like to know on the staff costs which you show on your financials, could you give us a split on salaries, employee costs? It's like a generally clustered number on expenses. If it's not possible, I'm sure a follow-up in writing would be adequate. On your slide 13, there's mention of a 35 billion rand which has been paid out in settlement of claims. But there's no distinction between the volume of settlements and the volume of court orders. Can you give us an indication, even a ratio split would be fine, but just to get a feel of how many claims are settled from the onset of submission to save legal costs, opposed to those that go to court, and if you could just give us a ratio of those two, please. On average, I would like to know what is the age of claims currently. I mean, you mentioned this backlog of 350 billion rand backlog and so on. So what is the average claim age therefore? Also on slide 13, which in the new version became slide 11, you mentioned the 75% reduction in legal fees. How are you planning to do that? Slide 24 triggers the question about how is performance measured throughout? Like what indicators do you use as a performance measure based on the content of slide 24 on the basis of the cost of a claim? Because it appears that in dealing with a claim longer and longer over time, the claim or the cost per claim becomes more expensive. Because claims on average tend to take longer and longer. So, what measurement are you using to measure this to then, actually claim any achievement in that field? In general, also, what cost measures are further planned, acknowledging the savings which have been achieved to now? And to what extent are you involving stakeholders with their experience to become and be part of solutions going forward? The last question, how are you keeping up with a 180-day court instruction? Because very recent phone calls, in fact, in the last 3 weeks, have been panic calls because it seems like you haven't paid out anything in the last 3 weeks. This based on personal experience of phone calls. Thank you, Chairperson. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ramadwa. And Honorable Bilankul have indicated that he forfeits his speaking time. He will come when there's a need to make follow-ups. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity that you have given me. Firstly, I would like to join those who are welcoming the presentation by the chairperson of the board and the CEO and the CFO. When listening to the discussion or the presentation, it's clear that change is important and urgent, because it was indicated that this system started during apartheid era in 1942, when we were excluded, when we were second citizen. So now, what do you expect in 2023? I now understand that RAP's bill was the correct way to go. Unfortunately, I couldn't understand that time, but now I do understand that when this act was supposed to have been changed yesterday, it's overdue. Because from 1942, when we were not part of, we were not included, and in 2023 now we are part, and we are still practicing that, it's a challenge. There are people who are benefiting at the expense of us who are poor in the working class. Honorable Chairperson, during the presentation, it was mentioned that there is, it was mentioned about the post office. And now we know this, the status of post office now. So it's impacting on what you are doing. And now, Chairperson, the other issue is that you spoke, my colleague, Honorable Magdi, spoke about N1, wherein there is a lot of accidents there of foreign nationals. I just want to check with the entity, how do you pay them? Do you pay them using rands or their money of their countries? Because it's important, if you check rand and dollars, I don't know, but I think you'll answer us. And then I want also to commend your commitment. Even if you are in a public domain, in the newspapers, in the radios, you stand firm in what you are doing. That is why, though people didn't understand you, that why do you challenge the AG? But because the love that you are having for people, you stand firm, even if people were criticizing you. If we can have many people like yourselves, I think we can progress. And then my colleague also spoke about that the claimant, the people who claim, you know, they become a burden to the government. I agree with him, because if maybe you were involved in an accident and you were injured on the feet, you need a wheelchair or something, and you were given a lump sum of money, the chunk of the money was given to the lawyers. After spending that money, you don't have a wheelchair, you don't have anything. So it's a challenge. That is why we need to change this act. Chairperson, I think we need to take this serious about changing this act. If we want the social benefit scheme for our people, not the lawyers to benefit at the expense of our people. There must be change. We know that change is painful. That is why you had many people criticizing you, because change is painful, but change must happen. That's my submission, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ramato. Let me start in engaging on this by saying 2 points first. We are not a SCOPA committee. SCOPA responsibilities is to deal with the years that way. We are dealing with 2020, 2021, ne? So now we're at 23, 24. That would logically, in terms of our laws that governs our workings as parliament, is that we shouldn't be engaging in this. Because we need now to pay attention to 2023, 24 in terms of the milestone. What I'm saying is that we're a highly regulated country, and this institution that is called parliament. I don't want to say the state, I just want to say parliament. Our core mandate, Mr. Dichi, is to make laws and repeal laws. That is our core existence as parliament. I will suggest when you respond, don't respond in terms of the whether it's constitutional or legislative reforms. We're taking it back, it's ours. We have to ponder on that as the committee. How do we then do what Honorable Ramato is saying? Because we can't behave as if somebody was supposed to. It's either individual members' private bill or the department, but it's the legislators that needs then to deal with that. We're not going to blame whoever was there before us. For now, I'll suggest that don't go in responding to that. We have to take it back in terms of us assessing ourselves as parliamentarians. We need to respond to that in our legacy report, because we don't have time now. We're going for elections next year. I wanted to make those points. Second point that I want to raise before I ask my questions. Regardless of whatever reasons that you may advance, Madam Chair, AG South Africa has got its own act that governs them, but also that also informs us when we oversight on the business plans and the budget plans that would have submitted to us. The only thing that we haven't done, colleagues, I know recently I was requested to be part of the team that was trying to intervene or bring harmony between tourism minister and the portfolio committee. And in there, what we said that because that committee was saying that we're not going to approve this budget if you haven't given us a sense of comfort on 1, 2, 3. One of those things was the submission of one of its entity, the audited NDA audit report, as it were, before the committee. What it meant is that if we didn't negotiate without undermining the laws that governs us, the tourism department, as it were, their budget was not going to be approved. It's upon them to take that decision as a committee. But we thought that the implications are more than that. So I'm saying, colleagues, is that probably in our, at least thanks God, we have approved the last year's report, which was not the one that is in question. We're dealing with the water under the bridge. But I just want to send a message, DG, to your entities that We do have that power. That's why the South Africans are hard on us when you across the table you don't perform. Which is a painful one, I must say. But nevertheless, I thought I must just send that message home. That sometimes we challenge things that we don't also appreciate the legal requirements of the other entities and its implications if they are not firm on these matters. But I'm happy that the CO, because I checked that when did you join this institution, which is rough. So your preamble in terms of your opening remarks, you appreciated where you found it as a collective, as an institution, and where you intend to bring it to. You owe us 2021-2022 report. And it will happen in my lifetime. I hope, DG, we are not going to get another wrestling between the AG and also RAF in terms of that. It's water under the bridge. I want to focus, that's why I'm saying I hope when we engage on that. And looking forward what we are going to, when you also come before us, the sooner the better. We will engage with my colleagues when is that sooner. I like, DG, your approach. You are very clinical. You are evidence-based orientated, which is good. I would like to suggest that if you can write to us and the reference that you have made in terms of disabling clauses that you have made reference to. And because I don't want to ask you today what you want from us. In that letter, you'll say what you want from us. The only question, because I'm making suggestions deliberately, because we're dealing with, which will not, the material is not going to change anything, even to our people that are unable to afford to bury their loved ones. I'll say it differently, to say, if you didn't do the presentation, I just asked you before you made your presentation, I would have asked you what interventions as a caring institution to the victims and also to those ones who would not necessarily afford to bury their loved ones. I know there's a capping, which is 15,000. And I want to share a story that 2 years back, I had to assist my family to bury my brother. I didn't know that a simple rural Islalini funeral can cost you about 90,000 rands. Can you imagine on that? Not fancy, nothing. I'm very simple. No jwala, after tears, nothing. The rural, that's why I'm saying the rural. To say probably there's something to take home, to reflect on that, so that we give hope to the poor and the working class, so borrowing the words on Honorable Ramato. Let me just see here. So in short, Chair, I'm saying that all of us have got statutory responsibilities and the laws that governs us. In the absence of the chair of the law having been repealed, the law, the act that it stands. Yeah, let me stop there. I've made a suggestion to take home, both parties to take home, and see how do we meet halfway for the benefit of the South Africans. Of course, we're living in a capitalist country. That's how capitalism works. And prior to 1994, because you made 1946, I was as old as I am, I was not born at that time. But also, you know, when the new government comes, there are funny things that happens. And thanks to our generous constitution, the so-called, we always say that there are sunset clauses there, which will never have time to amend, because we're rushing to equalize the status quo, as it were. And that's why then, as we learn, I'm sure the seventh parliament will be smarter than us. So I just wanted to say those points, and over to you to respond. Because we started late, I'm not going to be very hard on you in terms of saving time. Those elaborate ones in terms of details, in terms of specific of numbers, I would like you not to give us from out of the cuff. You submit them in writing so that also we're able then, when we engage in an immediate future, to cross-check on those ones. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will deal with the sections that we've talked about, and also I think the question around accidents involving foreign nationals. We have, as I indicated in my opening remarks, and I think the CEO also indicated in his presentation, we've finalized recommendations on amendments to the whole act. So those are included in there. We submitted those amendments to the Department of Transport March 2021. We are awaiting the department, of course, to take them through the processes and bring them to Parliament for this committee and Parliament to assist us in terms of dealing with those. As I indicated, they're critical for us in our bid in ensuring that the organization becomes a sustainable one. The remainder of the questions, I think, because they are more of operational matters, I will hand over to the CEO to deal with, and then I can come in later. Over to you, CEO.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I'm gonna try to package these things in responding to them so that we save a bit of time. We do report the individuals to their professional bodies. Now, I know I don't believe in self-governance. Self-regulation does not work. And you see it with the LPC. Because every time we report things to the LPC, they never come out. In fact, there is a time when we reported a certain lawyer for chowing monies in duplicates, and they simply said, well, he has paid it back, so there's no case. And that's self-regulation. We have taken those matters to the legal, I think, service ombud as a consequence. But we hope that that will work, because that is headed by a judge, which is quite different. But I mean, we are reporting lawyers to themselves. I don't think it's helping us much. I must say that, because in instances where you think people will still be struck off the roll or be suspended, that never happens. It takes forever to actually take those processes through, and it has been very frustrating, I must add. It's the same with reporting, what do they call them? Sheriffs. The sheriff's board is sheriffs speaking about themselves. The same thing happens, because if the other sheriff does it, he knows next time you complain about him, nothing really happens. We have reported a couple of things to them. They don't come out to, and you see effectively what it then means is that when that entity does not do its work, you are now forced to go to court. Because what else would you do? Because you're now going to force them to say, can they then act? So that's part of what we do, and it becomes difficult. HPCSA, we have seen them acting a bit. Now, we have a problem with, for instance, the hospital groups, but we also have problems with medical aids. So, this is what happens at RAF. Everyone had their own feast. So you sort of are coming and everyone is chowing everywhere. and you don't know. So you'll hear about this discovery case, which I think becomes important that we give you a context. When you hear about it, that these guys are now refusing to pay us, they say they used to make about 2 million per working day. When you calculate it, it's about $500 million a year from the road accident fund. What do? You get involved in an accident, you're a discovery member or any other medical aid that does that. They pay for you, which is in terms of what is called emergency medical condition. Regulation 8 of the Medical Schemes Act says they must pay that. It says they must pay the prescribed minimum benefits, and it says they must pay. It's their statutory obligation. They pay it. Once they've done that, they go to a lawyer and they say, we hire you. They then go to their member and they say, come, here is a lawyer, go and claim from RAF. RAF must not know it's us. They will pay you. Once they pay you, give the money to us. We discovered it. Some lady came and she said, well, I'm expecting the money from the lawyer. The lawyer is taking the money to discovery. And we said, what does that mean? We went back and we checked. And of course, we stopped all past medical costs. We then said, from here onwards, if it's a prescribed minimum benefit or it's an emergency medical condition, as listed in there in terms of Regulation 8, is their statutory obligation to pay, we are not going to pay. So they sort of are treating us like a reinsurer without giving us any premiums. But that's the reality. And it's worse because when they hire a lawyer, it means we pay them, they get the money, there's no cost because that lawyer must be paid by a RAF on party-party basis. So those are things that we deal with on a daily basis. When we did this thing with actuaries, they were charging us 10,000 rands per calculation on our side. Let alone the fact that on the other side, they still charge us on those costs, but they charge us 10,000 per calculation. We had to then say we insource this part of the work and we are going to do it. I can go, the list is endless, but the professional bodies we do report people to, and we do open cases, by the way, such that they don't move as quickly as we think, but we are happy the SIU is also on board since 2021, and we are working with them on some of these issues. Like we said, we have referred 340 million worth of collections to them on the 102 law firms. Now, we had a lot of lockdown issues, and like I said, you would see that there's a difference between the 99, and if you wanted to drive down those costs, those numbers, you have a problem. So, the issue is you need a lot of documents. For instance, I need your full medical records, not only the ones that are associated with the accident. Because if they say this person was injured, maybe fell off a ladder 20 years back, then we see that he is now claiming, and then the person will say, well, I'm claiming for an accident, whereas that injury is actually not related to the accident, it's related to the 20 years back. If we don't know your history, we are not going to be able to find out whether that condition pre-existed or not. And this is what the importance of getting your information is. Where do we get it from? There's still stuff, there's still medical records. There's still medical records in hospitals. So you arrive there, the file is empty. But the lawyer has it. And this is what you see in different provincial departments. They will tell you that now we are being charged for all this, and this is the difficulty. The difficulty is that information. And of course, I think when we looked at, and I think you marry this to the lockdown issues, we had those issues. We could not go to hospitals. We were not in hospital. We had to take our people out because our people used to, and they said the first people that must leave is people that are not medically inclined. And of course, our people were there. And I think Home Affairs was there. So they had to get out of those hospitals because of COVID as a result of that. Now, community-based workers, how we're going to deal with it is that we are going to have MOUs with community-based organizations. Because we don't think that ourselves we can actually have a direct relationship. So we are taking those, we are having MOUs with them, and they're going to be, it's mostly going to be young people with a stipend that will go to the ground, people that understand technology. that can easily link to the contact center that has got 300 people in it that can answer directly and helping the old lady, the young child and all that, and people that want to also ask about their own claims. There are claims that are dormant for the past 7 years, and we can't close them until we know that those people are not interested in that claim or what has happened to those people. Of course, information as it is not that easy. You can't simply wish them away, because as I say, in terms of the act, they are valid in law in all respects. So you're gonna need to look at it from that perspective. When you say claims are empty, what do you mean? It means someone has filled up a rough form 1 and has attached nothing. Simply nothing. Some of the areas are not even filled properly. But remember, for as long as it passes 60 days, it is deemed to be valid in all respects. So that's why they then post it and leave it. They don't ask anything. By the time they come, they say, here's a stamp from the post office. It's a registered post. I posted it on this day. We can't find it anywhere. Then we go and look for it. If we find it, we are lucky. If we don't, then of course the claim is valid in all respects, in any event. Like I'm saying, we have got a pre-assessment now that says, let's see if all these documents are here or not. When we reject it, they just go to the post office and post it. So it means you must pick it up twice, that okay, it came, it was rejected, then it went to the post office, whether certain things were added or not. That's what they're doing. Now, and this I'll marry to what Honorable Usinga says when he says, why is it taking this long? It's because it is nothing in there. So if it's valid in all respect, it means we must then phone and say, where is the accident report? And the guy says, well, I'll deliver it, and he doesn't. You gotta sit, you can't do anything because they are the ones that drive the claim. Then, of course, after some time, whether cooked or not, the accident report comes, but it's missing certain documents. And they do that as it were. Now, when they do that, because what we pick up is, they do this deliberately. There's nothing, they know, they have the documents. By the way, if you get injured today and you go to a lawyer, they're going to tell you, these are the documents you need. But they are going to submit a RAF 1 form without those documents. Why? RAF is going to come and say after 60 days, give us the accident report. Then they write, reading the RAF email, $50. Responding to the email, 150. Sending the document, whatever. That is how they bill. So over time, they drip feed you. And at the same time, they then say 120 days has passed, then they then put in a summon. That summon must be defended. They know in 3 years' time, the matter will be heard. So they wait for the 3 years. In the 3 years, they are playing all the games and not giving you all the information. The aim is to make more money from this, because if we settle it with 120 days, what would be the legal costs? Now, one must tell us, how much do you, how many hours would you buy? Because when you pay legal costs, it's only the service, the hours of legal services for 10.6 billion. Now you can imagine. So all these things is just this so-called exchanging of pleadings that relates to the part where we take that long to settle claims. The longer it takes, the more lawyers make money. And of course, in the process, the doctors also make money, because as it goes, they would have assessed you, and the assessment falls out, and then they must do another assessment closer to the time when you're going to court. So those are the things that makes the delays workable. The issue around the driver, so you knock someone with a car, if the person doesn't claim, there's no claim. And this is the difference between us and where the AG sits and they say, well, you must have registered that as a claim because that money must go somewhere. For as long as it's not a claim, there's no liability. You have got 3 years within which to claim. If you don't claim, then there's no liability, and that's how it sits in the system. So there would be people that, for instance, if it's a single car accident, you knock at, you are driving, you hit a tree. We don't pay. Because remember, when you are actually lodging at RAF, you're actually suing someone. So if you are now in a car and you hit a tree, you can't sue yourself. So that's why RAF can't step into your shoes. And this is the part of the fault or no fault issue that comes. But this thing is delictually based. So the thinking that you can actually take out lawyers out of it when you have got to prove the claim is a very difficult one. I don't think that you can win with that process without, that's why I'm saying in terms of RAPs, the defined benefit portion of it is the most important part of what we need to do so that everyone gets the equivalent of what they get. There is an interesting phenomenon. In South Africa, there is only 7% of people that are graduates. In the RAF claimants, all of them were going to be graduates, 100%. So when they say project this thing going forward, the industrial psychologists will say this person was going to get a degree. But we know 7% of South Africans have. Then we know 42% of South Africans don't have matric, and we know that 40.5, I think, have got matric. But when you add all that, it is not statistically based. So when they do the extrapolation and the predetermination of whether, if it's a child, it's worse. All the child-related claims, all our children were going to be neurosurgeons and all sorts of manner of things once they get injured on the RAF space. But the reality is that even when they're injured at that level, when you can't even assess them, they will never work a day in their lives, as it is. And it's not true. I mean, we need to manage those things, but it's because of this thing that there is a lot of things that are left for assumptions. Now, how do we know this thing, the things that are not road related? We pick them up. I suspect that it happens with everyone. People will try to take a chance. We have a problem of foreigners, like any other system in South Africa, where someone gets injured outside the country and claim I was here. And we try to say, well, give us a stamped passport to show that when the accident happened, we're actually in the country. And of course, we get people fighting about that. And mostly of them lawyers, of course. When people don't pay claimants, what do? We go and we report. We say to the person, let's support you, this is how much we gave you and everything else. They then report this to the LPC, who must report it to the LPF or something like that. There is where they must be paid for those monies. But LPC takes its own time. And these people then challenge these things in court. They are lawyers already. You are sitting in a very difficult position. And I hope that Judge Desai will help us where he's sitting. Because I'll tell you, there is a lot of people in this country. I'll tell you that I can vouch and say 80% of the people that have phoned through, we are finding that what we have paid them, they don't even know. The lawyers have paid much less. And that for us is a problem. Financial planning. Honorable MacDonald, the issue of financial planning suggests a couple of things. It suggests that once we train you like that, you will be able to take care of your monies. You know, we see it with our own people, even with ourselves. When you get a bonus, with financial training and all those things, you already have planned for that money. And if someone wants a Mercedes, no matter how much financial planning thing you are going to do, he wants a Mercedes. He actually wants to be in it. Even if he loses it, he says, as long as I die having driven that thing, for me it's important. Which is why what is key here is the payment in annuity. Every month you must go. I mean, there was no way in which before your injury, you were going to get a salary every month. But then because you are injured, we give you this big 15 million. What do you do with it? You don't even know what to do with that money. That's why it's important that we give you as and when you need it. And this is where you are not going to get people that says, I'll never work a day in our lives. Because they say that to us, in 2 years' time, they've blown out the money, they are back in the work. They're working. And there's nothing you can do. It is called in full and final settlement. You have settled them, they are fine. Even if they lied in the process of you settling them and say, we've never going to work a day in their lives. We see it with doctors. They get injured, they sit for 2 years, they are waiting for RAF. Once RAF pays, they are back, they've opened the surgery, they are working again. So that with the financial planning thing, I do not subscribe to the fact that as a social benefit you can pay in lump sum. Why do you want to give people millions to do what with them? I think you must give them what they need for that period, and then you keep on giving them until such time that they don't need it anymore. We need to reduce also the complexity of this system. The issue of foreign vehicles, it is going to always be an issue. We agree with the fact that South Africa must do the reciprocal thing, where people come in and they pay. Because the question was, what do you pay them in? We pay them in the currency of their choice, because that's the loss they suffer. Okay, we are helped by the fact that the loss is now kept. But the reality is that you remember that we had a Swiss national that came into this country, took about a neurosurgeon that took about more than 400 million from RAF alone. Then they brought this thing. But when they brought it, they said it is a cap. We thought it was on the salary or something, and then the lawyers put loss. Now loss is not a salary, it's something else. So people thought it is that. It's not kept at that level. It's very high, actually, when you look at the loss. And that creates a problem, especially where we need to look at future medical expenses. Now, for that guy, we have to pay those future medical expenses with euros or Swiss francs, whichever one. So now if you're paying in euros, you know what it means. We have got Americans, we have got Belgians that are claiming big amounts. But when you go to their own country, when you arrive, they say, where is your travel insurance? You can't get in without it. So for me, that creates an issue, and this is something that we must deal with. 10.6 billion of legal fees, yes, it's 10.6 billion.
CEO,
Yeah.
you know what? I like your style. You are very detailed, so that we also appreciate and comprehend the limitations that you have. But I'm worried that we have to go to Good Hope for 2 o'clock.
Okay.
But we still have got a quorum, so what I'm saying to you, I'm giving you, with your chairperson, 5 minutes.
Okay.
The rest will follow up on it. You'll pen them down.
No, thanks, Chair. Okay, the issue around, I think let me just touch on, the other ones will come with Chair, the issue around the average claims and all that, we had to deal with. I've answered the one of foreign claims becomes a bit, I've answered those. For as long as this thing, Chair, remains a delictual claim, you can scream, you can try to take out lawyers. Lawyers are going to still be part of it. We think that the change must be defined benefits. Those defined benefits must be paid on an annuity basis and not on lump sums, and it must be determined on a scientific basis and actually using the statistics. I think we've answered most of the questions. Thanks, Chair.
Over to you, Chair, and then you wrap up and bring it back to me.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I think that the CEO has covered most of them. For me, what is critical, as I indicated, is the amendment to the Act, and I'm glad that the Chairperson also indicated about your powers of amending, repealing, and making laws, and that's where we need assistance. I hear, of course, the term is about to be over, but for us, that Act, the amendment of that Act is critical, because as long as we don't amend it, some of these challenges that we are raising here will still remain and still encumber the organization. Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and present and also your guidance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, Chair, I wanted to know your term and all that, but now I appreciate, I know that the minister, hopefully DG, on behalf of the minister, because you are here on behalf of the minister, that there will be no vacuum moving forward to have an acting board and all those other things. I will appeal to your good self, to the minister through your good self, that that message does reach home. That's one. But two as well is that we must work closely with RAF in some of the areas. and of course the opening remarks in terms of our displeasure in terms of receiving the revised presentation, which is not a report, it's a revised presentation at a very, not even late, we are going to be dealing with that moving forward. Also, your briefing with the minister shouldn't be our problem moving forward. It's a back office work, departmental back office work, and let it be. It shouldn't then disadvantage us. Other than that, from what we have heard, it's encouraging. We're not saying we're doing well. It's encouraging. We shall probably, before we finalize our legacy report, have some engagement with the AG, because I do agree, respecting AG, that sometimes one bodies that oversight the institutions of government, they don't understand how those institutions work because of time. Whether it's the issue of one body staying in that space for some time, or what's a good reason. But we also, as the lawmakers, we need to appreciate that and see how do we assist the AG in terms of the final product. But the fact of the matter still remains that what you don't have, you don't audit. It doesn't exist. There's a closing time and opening time, hence the importance of having a chair. A very robust internal audit committee is very critical. We didn't go to the financials because it's the water under the bridge, we can't change them. That's why we didn't engage. But for 2023-24, as we engage, we will be very closely working on that. Other than that, let's take this opportunity to thank you, and thank you, DG, and your team, and also Chair, and your team. If I say Chair, I say the CEO as well. I don't recognize you. But I'm looking forward for the letter that you'll be writing to us, because it will be an annexure to our legacy report, so that the 7th Parliament doesn't make a mistake to pay attention to this. Because we didn't even say what impacting all the things that you're saying in terms of legal fraternity, in terms of us now moving to the era of the health insurance in terms of operationalizing it, and also all these other things, because now we'll be leaving everything to the health practitioners to give us invoices. I've learned a lot. It's very interesting, because the NHI you didn't talk to, but I think it comes in. But the other one, that in legacy report, because I won't have time, is to roll off the Justice Committee and the department in terms of legal fraternity and all those things that sometimes they don't understand how we operate, but also how do you, without, as a state, separating the three legs of the state, as it were. But we are the lawmakers, so somewhere somebody needs to be bold enough. Unfortunately, we missed that time, so the 7th Parliament has to deal with it. With that, colleagues, let's release them. There will be no health break. Let's quickly then, because we still have got a quorum, and thank you, members, for staying and pushing yourselves that far, which means as you walk out, DG and Chair, you very quietly as possible. Thank you so much. Honourable members, in terms of our agenda, we would have received our minutes. If you may allow me to say, let's take them as read. And then I just want to go to my points. Where I am. I've got lots of things here. Okay, there we are. The minutes of our last meeting, which I will come to the program of our minutes dated, if you can, or you have flighted them already, the dated of May. The first page, honourable members. In terms of attendance and apologies, as it were. And also, let me just talk to the apologies, that if you haven't apologized, you will be written absent. So that's it. I'm just saying, just in case that somebody says that, no, I did apologize. And I urge that the political parties, because I know members then tend to apologize through their political whips, that we make sure that we just track that one so that we don't disadvantage members. Briefing by the department, and then we made observations. The quietness means that we are fine even with the grammar and the spellings and the logic of the grammar as well. We are happy with that. Okay. Okay. Comes to the end. Honorable members, here we present the minutes of the 30th of May. Those who were present, may we get the mover and the seconder. Honorable Ramadwa, you are chairing, you can't move the minutes.
Okay. I didn't want to move, but I wanted to indicate something, Chairperson.
Okay, before
Before that, I don't know whether what I want to say is in these minutes or not. Is that the issue of study tour to which we have agreed, that was presented by Advocate Elmau. Can we be updated? How far are we?
It won't be here because here we're dealing with the bill only. So you are right, let's flag it, let's get the mover. I suspect Honorable Khumalo Shame.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move for the adoption of minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Any seconder?
You were there.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't late. No, I wasn't.
No, wait, okay, that's fine. Let's, no, wait, I'm still the chair while I'm sitting here.
Sorry.
Okay, no, honorable members, let's just park those minutes. Let's stand over for our next meeting. Chair?
Can I second, because I was there even though I was sharing?
Yes, yeah, that's what I wanted, but it's just that technically it just becomes a...
I can't.
Oh, it's you, okay.
Yes, I'm seconding. We must
so I'm rushing. My apology. I should. No, I'm going somewhere. I'm too quick. Minutes are accordingly no. Let's go to the in attendance. Just go up, please. And who was chairing? So I'm correct to say that it's better, huh? What I'm correct of? What is no?
There's two sets. The first set, she was, first set she was not the J, you were the J. Second set, she was the J, and you were not.
Oh, now on the 6th. No, I was referring to the 30th at the time. That if you recall, members, I said she can't because she was chairing. And which that's the one, but she said, then she corrected me. And let's go to the 6th. Is the 6th, ne? Yes. No, we are fine. Minutes have been adopted accordingly. Okay. Go back to the members present. Okay. No, that's fine. Let's move. We are fine. Continue. No, we don't back minutes in this committee, which is good. They don't give us interest. With the quietness, that means that our request for the mover and the seconder for the minutes.
Chair, I move.
Okay, Honorable McD moves. The seconder. Honorable Fiki Khumalo seconds. Honorable members, thank you very much. Let's go to the second item. Probably point 5, which is the last one. It's easy. That e-voting training has been stepped over. We shall be notified when it's going to be what's it, ideal for us to have that e-voting, noting that we should, by when we come back from recess, we should have done the e-voting. So we thank the secretary that she has also communicated to us prior, but for completeness of the agenda items, it's important that we state that. Let's go to the draft program, committee program. Just to say, honorable members, that which I respect and ever thankful for Honorable Ramada to step in my absentia. Thank you very much. We're not taking it for granted. Because if you were somebody who would have also apologized on the same day. To say that I did last week through text individually to honorable members, and they did respond. There were two schedules, the committee one and the bills program. And may I, for record purposes, formally now, because it was on a text message, which I copied to our secretary of the committee, that the ANC did agree what was presented in terms of both schedules, which is the committee program and the bills program. The DA, because there are two members, they are not Siamese twins, I need to also to say, indicate that Honorable, it's not that, it's Honorable Mabena. Yeah, Honorable Mabena, he did indicate to say he's okay. With okay, it says that let's see how do we progress. Yes. Honorable Hansinger did respond positively. If I say positive in terms of agreeing with the program as tabled. Honorable Tito, she did agree with what was tabled, as well equally with Honorable Noljoga as well. Honorable Stole, he submarines until today. He didn't respond. I think I've given account because other members, they attend without, they're allowed to attend, but in terms of our proportional representation. With that account that I've given here, may I then formally request for the mover and the second. I've given the account because we can't say that one because it needs to be adopted for record purposes. Honorable Bilankulu?
Yes, I move.
No, Kofa.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I move.
For the adoption of both programs as presented.
Yes.
Honorable Magdi, you second. Honorable members, thank you very much. We shall then communicate in terms of for the agenda item, and you would have seen that also it encroaches to constituency period, which means then after this, our secretary, we request her to do the necessary applications based on the dates, and then I request your good selves as well, through the majority party in this committee, Honorable Ramadwa, to make an application in terms of processing, if I may explain that. The chief whip of the majority party in terms of the NA procedure manual of 2014, it says it's whatever program, it goes through the office, not the person, the office, in assisting the speaker in terms of the programming committee. So it should be do that administratively, then the house chairperson, then it goes to her. So I'm raising that in that context, not in terms of the ANC, but in terms of National Assembly 2014 procedure manual, as it were. With that, honorable members, let's register our appreciation that you push yourself without giving yourself a break between 2 o'clock and now, but we highly appreciate that one. The meeting stands adjourned, unless there's any announcement from your side, or the other one before. No. Now I remember what Honorable Ramadwa. There is a work in progress in terms of the study tour. I think it's proceeding very well. I've been updated on that, and I'm sure during recess we will, noting that we might, in a way, miss the window period. Hopefully, if we are nice to the, because there are processes that needs to follow on that.